What's up, Hilty? How are you, brother? All right, there we go.
I just want to die! We all want to die! We're Meeseeks! Why did you even rope me into this? Because he roped me into this! To him over there, he roped me into this! Well, he roped me into this! What about me?
Hold on, let me switch over so you can see what you're getting. I'm just fixing some settings here. Good to see you, Daniel. I am gonna stretch again because that felt really good, and you didn't see it, so it didn't count. And I am holding my water in my hand, about to drink it in a moment. Here I am. Here's the hydrate. Come here. Here's the stretch. And here's the bonus kitty. Hello, sweet thing. You gonna watch Daddy play the big cow? The big cow that's gonna turn into other animals. It could turn into a cat like you. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, kind of, I guess. Basically. That's just the amount of effort my voice has in it right now. But you know, crossover, I guess, right? Maybe I should tag the stream ASMR today. Cowgirl. Yeah, man. You know, whenever. No pressure at all, honestly. You know, I'm here to hang out and vibe with people. If y'all choose to support that, then I definitely appreciate the hell out of it. I will definitely return the favor when I am able. No, you should be good. Yeah, no, I get it. I get that totally. Understand. Alright, we're heading back into Mulgore. Hell yeah. And that's why you're one of the real ones, Gav. Don't worry. Yeah, Like I said, we'll return the favor when I can for sure. Every little bit helps. We are currently trying to kill birds to get their talons. We killed enough wolves. Oh, I only need one talon. Oh, and I still need a... I need a femur from a cougar. Cougar femur. And one of these talons from this bird here. This one's gonna do it. I can feel it. Wait, hold on, wait. Let me go ahead and give myself my buffs first. Alright. I can feel it. This one's gonna be the one. This is gonna be the one to give me the talent I need. Let's pull her back a little bit. No need to play not smart. Where are you going? Come back here. There we go. I told you. God chose us today. We got it. Oh wait, no, I still need one. I need a cougar femur. Well, I might as well just turn it in first for right now, because I can get that later. We're all about quest efficiency. Let me cut this down a little bit. I think my voice is a little bit loud compared to the rest of the game. I think that's good, though. Let me know if it's not, guys. Thank you. Alright, so now we gotta go get stones from around the well. And we gotta cleanse the well. I love the music in this game. I just wish it would play like when you were not like... It always plays like when you're in a settlement, and I think sometimes when you're out in the world, it stops. And I'm like, can you just keep it going all the time? Or I don't know if it just like stops because it's like starting another track. I'm not sure. But there's definitely been times where like I'm more walking around and I don't have any music, and I'm like, where'd my music go? Please bring it back. Ooh, these are big guys. Where you going, bitch? Back here. Come on back. What you running for? Every little bit of XP helps. What's up, Bloodhound Fang? How are you? I never played WoW. So no idea what's happening besides this is an MMO. Currently helping Elden Ring players at level 75 cosplaying a Crucible Knight knife. Yeah, so I mean, WoW is basically, yeah, I mean, it's an MMO. I am this person. This Tauren. She's a druid. And she's just, starting a journey to find her place in the world that is Azeroth. That was what it was all about back in classic era. WoW, at least. There wasn't like this, like... I mean, there was an overarching story and stuff happening in the world, and that led to what became the norm in WoW, which was that your character is like this, like, hero of Azeroth, of great renown. But this harkens back to a time that was simpler, I guess. Everybody was just like an adventurer coming together to save Azeroth together, and then, I mean, that's really what it is now, but like, it's definitely a change in the vibe between classic and the scale of things, basically. and the way it became eventually, like it is in retail nowadays. Sometimes I just wax nostalgic for this era of WoW. Well, I'm happy to have you here, Fang. And I'm also pretty certain that she definitely doesn't hate you, Kev. Alright, so now I need to cleanse the well, right? I feel like I still want to clear off a couple more of these guys. There's still too many of them hanging around. That was a crit. That was huge. That was good. That was a huge crit. Where's the thing I need? Alright, yeah. Cleanse this well. I cleanse thee. It is cleansed. Go back and forth between the two camps. We're gonna go kill some... Oh, okay. I see where we're going. I see where you want me to go. Pale Mane Tanners, Skinners, and Poachers. What are you? Oh, you're a Tanner. Oh, there's Knolls, man. There's Knolls. There's freaking... Bro, it's not my fault you didn't Moonfire. Sitting there staring at me like, you stole my kill. I mean, it's not like there's a whole camp of them right here. And I definitely saw it before I saw you, so it wasn't like I saw you going for it. Like, you're a druid. Why are you not moonfiring? You're level 7, you definitely have it. Oh, pulled too many. We're just gonna pop rejuvenation and run. Don't pull them if they're by each other. It's hard to, like, gauge, like... Yeah, see? You're doing the same damn thing, dude. Pulling too many. You almost died. Yeah, these guys are a little tougher. It's also because they're like one level up on me. This one will probably go down a lot easier. Alright, let's go get this one over here. Because then we should ding pretty soon. Aw. There's a buddy who passed away. Oh, that wasn't enough to ding me. Well, let's just drink. We are playing hardcore, for sure. Scarlet Crusade was peak for me. If I didn't work second shifts, I'd get back into WoW. Yeah, it's definitely one of those ones I keep coming back to. But yeah, we are playing hardcore. So yeah, I'm just trying to lure. I gotta like do enough damage and then run away so he chases me a little bit. So I want to get him away from the pack. And then get him right here. And then start whacking him with my stick. There we do. There we do. There we go. Ooh, you're level 8. Two levels? Bring it on. That was a huge crit. That was a huge crit. There we go. Moonfire. Keep up the... Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up. Now we back off and we drink. Yeah, Scarlet Crusade was fun. That's the Scarlet Crusade has got a lot of really cool lore attached to it as well. One of my favorite like stories within WoW was the story of the Scarlet Crusade and what it started out as and what it turned into eventually. It's like a shadow of its former self, if as it were. Started off with fairly good intentions, but then power corrupts. That's the story that happens all the time. Definitely the story of the Scarlet Crusade for sure. I love following them like that. Alright, so let me see. I'm gonna wait for you to walk back a little bit. And then nope, you're too close to your buddy. Yep. Now I wait. Now I wait. And I get you now. Now I run. I really hope you don't go too close to him. Thank God, dude. I hate when they spawn like that. Like, really? It's ugh. He tried to cast rejuvenation on himself. Didn't work. How'd that work out for you? Do you feel rejuvenated? Oh, you're level 5, dude. You go down with a couple hits. Yep. Where did this level 8 guy come from? A couple years back when they introduced Demon Hunters, I played like forever. Yeah, Legion was a great expansion. Really enjoyed Legion a lot. Demon Hunters are a fun class to play. Um, and yeah, I mean, I see that. I see your bet, Daniel. I wager you're probably right because I'm fairly bad at judging when I should run from a fight, and it's why I died the last time. I haven't made it past 30 this time. Like I've played hardcore in the past before it was official hardcore, and I think I made it to like mid 30s. It was the highest I've ever gotten. This time around, when I came back, the highest I've gotten is 24. So I'm well within the realm of possibilities to die before 30 for sure. We shall see. Depends on how. Okay. Well, that guy just was not in a good place to not get pulled along with his buddy, and maybe I can get him to chase me, which is good, because then I'll take him out. And that's fine. That's what we wanted to do anyway. So it's like you wanted to talk some shit, dude. Here, I'm here. You're just a little guy. You're just a little guy. Yeah, come over here. Actually, come over this way. I'm going for the chest. It's a stupid idea, but I'm gonna do it. I took too long killing these guys, and I feel like they're gonna respawn right on fucking top of me. Oh, nope. I made it out. Good idea. I stand by it. Alright, so I gotta kill 7 more of these, 4 more of these guys, and 3 more of the. I don't have to kill any more of the blues. I gotta kill 4 X's, or 3 X's, and 4 skulls. Dude, that's what I'm talking about. They just like respawn like right on top of me. That's like that's if they aggroed immediately, I'm really glad they don't aggro immediately. There's some kind of like aggro iframes that you have right after they spawn or something. But damn, man, they like that could have been death. Yeah, Hearth, anytime your HP goes below 99% and you're good to go, it's that easy. Yeah. The only problem is that your Hearthstone has a hour cooldown. So that only works once per hour to Hearth out. Okay, yeah, I need a red. I think it's the one that runs at me too. Right there is somebody who fucked around and found out with these mobs. One more red. One more X. Get my loot.
I can't carry it.
Ooh, inventory's full, huh? What am I missing? Wither staff for 68, or that for 3? Yeah, we're definitely dropping the shoes to take the staff. That's for damn sure. There's a skull. I need a skull. I'm gonna have to kill him. Too close. Oh, you know what I should do? Should, put my potions on my bar. I'm definitely of the mind that add-ons can enhance when you're like, I could put it this way. There's some people that use add-ons for what they're meant to be, which is to enhance already existing knowledge of the game and how things work. And I mean, really, I don't use that many I got this add-on right here, but that's just for quest efficiency in hardcore, because I'm not fucking around. I'm not trying to just waste time with, you know, the goal is to get to 60. So we're going to try to map out the most efficient path to get there with the least amount of resistance. This add-on does a great job of doing that. And then, you know, your aggro, you get to know like when like those guys are too close. If I hit one of them, it's going to aggro the other. But right about there, that's probably a good spot to like attack one of them without aggroing the other. So like, you know, that's me knowing that knowledge inherently. There are add-ons that'll probably make that visible. Like, you know, I'm sure there's some. I know that I've seen them before. It's like a heat map where it'll show like the range of the aggro and stuff like that. But yeah. Overall, you're about right. You can definitely play the game without add-ons. There are definitely add-on purists. I like to use them because they help me. I think I'm going in too close, but we're gonna try. I just gotta keep my head on a swivel this whole time. Okay, we did it. We did it.
I can't carry
We did it. We did it. We did it. I need one more skull. One more skull and then I can, let's go to the other camp. One more skull, then we'll go vendor trash. On my retail account, I feel like I use like more add-ons than I do on classic. There was a point in time where I was doing like mythic dungeons a bunch, and so you need like a lot of like just the nature of the game these days with the mechanics that are present in like mythic dungeons. There's like add-ons that are definitely like a must-have. There's some people that don't like that. But, you know, I kind of can see the reason behind it. Okay, now we're good. Now we can go back to Bloodhoof. Bloodhoof. Ooh, the rare has been found. Snaggle Spear. Oh, that's the one that was like, if you see him, do not engage. He is not easy to kill. He's also 2 levels on me and an elite, so I'm not going to fuck around with that. I have this add-on for like coordinates, but that's because you need coordinates to know where anything is. Or be able to find something. Like, it just makes finding things easier. Like, they can be like, it's at such and such and such and such coordinates rather than, you know, whatever. I can't really figure out what I'm trying to say right now, but yeah, you know. Y'all know what I mean. Oh, I got a vendor trash first. I got the Foles inventories. There's that good WoW music. See, I told you, it goes away.
I have just the thing for you.
Alright, I need to equip this guy. Oh, wait, yeah, We're gonna sell this one. And then,
How may I aid?
gonna train first aid while we're here.
Winds be at your back.
Go ahead and make some bandages with this cloth I've been picking up. There we go. Let's put stomp on this one. That sounds good. I like that. Well, it's nice to know that I was on the right track. Ooh.
I need to get closer.
Do not follow the wolf that spawns. Okay. I won't. Hear that, hear that, hear that bonfire roasting. Okay, then it goes away as you walk away from it. I love that. And then here we'll hear this one too, probably. Oh nope, you don't hear this one. We're gonna go accept the Ravaged Caravan. Oh, I still need to get dudes from the swoops. Well, there's more in Cloudstalker. Come back here, dude. Quit running.
Well,
It's too far away.
Got the femur off of one cougar. That's huge. I'm in danger. You need a guild.
I need to get closer.
It definitely makes like getting into dungeons easier. If I could have like a leveling buddy, that'd be great too. We're gonna join a guild, guys. Pretty cool sounding guild name too. Let's see who's on right now in the guild. Oh. 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 I just want to be friends with everybody. Oh, there's a swoop. Swoop, kid's afraid to leave his swoop. Got some claws. Gonna put thorns on me. That was a waste of a water. I don't even know why I did that. Alright, 1 out of 6 claws isn't bad. So far I think both cougars we killed have gotten us something. Maybe not. We're doing pretty good efficiency-wise. Ooh, we got a green. If we used a short sword, we'd be in business. Still be good to vendor. 2 silver ain't bad. How dare you? I'm a level 7 druid. How dare you?
I'm out of range. Inventory is full.
And by the way, to see that, so I feel like the dude like followed up with me, picked up or all this stuff, yada yada yada. Basically, if you think pretty clear that like the first guy who wrote this not gonna work out because he's like he was on charge honestly, which is not realistic. But also for anyone else, I think anyone else who was going to for a video game would also need for funds to be raised. That would be so all the
I can't carry anymore.
probably for the best possibly, but I don't feel like you like you and I the more
How about a nice swim? It looks like I'm underwater. Like, there it is right there. You can clearly see I am underwater. But not according to the game. Not according to the game. We're just gonna go sell fucking trash.
What brings you here?
That's really all I need.
was gonna say, I know when we were having the last chat, I said my last thing.
Yeah, 1% is huge at 55, dude. All right, we'll take a break. Drink the rest of my medical tea. And it takes more medicine.
Okay, so when you say the world proper that it shows, you're saying like physically not so. And yeah, and that you and I very local school please yes. It's like yeah, I was joking about the concept.
Hey, what's up, Red Bull? Good to see you. Good to be seen by you. How are you doing today?
Well, I think that's a. I think
We're about to go for another swim. Oh, if you didn't hear, because I had the mic away, but I said, hey, how are you? Always a pleasure to see one of the stream regulars. Yeah, I don't know. Just because of the way the body is shaped. Yeah, probably. I am performing magic, so. But see, now I'm underwater. It's just because of the way her head is shaped.
There's no press when I jumped around in the society. But I don't have the social battery or the society. But I also know that in certain situations, if I do it, it's not, oh, if you just go to the you get first, that's a bit of time.
Wait, how did I not see that note? Oh, I got the collar. Oh, somebody died.
It's too far away.
R.I.P. champs.
I'm out of range.
I'm a nature witch. Basically. That's what a druid is, essentially. A nature witch. The base nature spell is called Wrath. Like, nature's angry at, like, that's their baseline, is that nature's just pissed. Which makes sense because pretty much, like, I don't know, in every, like, instance of sentient life coming into contact with nature, it usually doesn't end well for nature. So that's I think that's interesting to think about. That's what the base nature attack is. It's just called Wrath, and then Moonfire. We just bring down moonlight in like a direct beam that burns you because it's so intensely focused. Oh, there's somebody I can buff. Oh, we hit 8. Nice. Still need 2 claws. Okay, I don't need to kill any more of those. My time is better spent looking for the mobs I need to kill. If I was at a moment where I needed to just grind for XP, then yeah. But for right now, we're just going to follow this arrow, which should lead us along a path where we will encounter the mobs we need to kill. There's a fellow, oh, that's a shaman. Take a buff. I don't like that those guys can knock you over. At least they don't run away. Okay, I still need 3 claws from the wolves. I also need to get my thorns buff back up, and I'll just refresh that, might as well, while I'm thinking about it. It's not the most efficient use of mana to buff it, redo it when it's only half done, but still, whatever. Mana is not a finite resource, it regenerates on its own. Ooh, that's huge. That's 2 6-slot bags we just found. That's huge. What's up, Golem? I mean, there's no time like the present to experience it basically as exactly as it was 20 years ago. And that's the beauty of what Classic has brought us. But, you know, I get, you know, being spread thin as far as games go and the idea of getting into something like this. But, you know, if you ever did, man, I would definitely play with you. If you ever played, you would join the game knowing that you'd have a leveling buddy whenever you wanted. That's for damn sure. How are you doing today, man? It's good to see you. It's good to be seen by you. Too close? No, okay, never mind. It wasn't too close. Good, perfect. I thought I was getting ready to aggro the wolf. The 8 by itself, I can handle. 8 and a 7 on me right now? No, that would have been death. That would have been death for sure. I'm gonna heal and drink. But it's a fun game, dude. I'm still enjoying it 20 years later. And I do play some retail sometimes too. Like I did when the new expansion came out. I maxed one character. I normally do max more than one. I haven't leveled up another one. I just sort of like got disillusioned with retail WoW. For some reason, I don't know. I'll come back to it eventually. Probably a couple more patches. But right now I'm kind of like stuck on classic. Yeah, no, that's understandable. You definitely needed to have good internet to play this game back in the day. Plus, for a lot of people, the like idea of like $15 a month subscription for a game was like crazy. Whereas now we're thinking like subscriptions are pretty normal. But yeah, that was the beauty of like being able to buy like prepaid game time in the form of like gift cards at like Walmart or something, so that you could just like spend a certain chunk of money on it and not have to worry about it for a couple months. It was cool. But yeah, if you didn't have like cable or DSL, like nah, you weren't being able to play WoW on dial-up. I mean, it was possible, but like it was not ideal at all. Certainly not optimal. Bro, I feel your pain on getting an account hacked and then getting disillusioned with WoW in general, because that happened to me at the end of Lich King, which was the one right before Cataclysm. So it was about 75% through the like life of the expansion, and it was right around the time that Blizzard was merging Battle.net with the World of Warcraft website as far as the accounts, and everybody prior to that you'd have like you'd have an account on worldofwarcraft.com. Nobody had a Battle.net account because Battle.net wasn't a thing, except as like, you know, that was like what they called their online service for like StarCraft back in the day was Battle.net. But it certainly wasn't its own launcher, its own ecosystem like it is now. But when they were starting, when the infancies of that was when they were having everybody convert to like Battle.net accounts. I logged in one day and I got a message that said, your World of Warcraft account has been merged with your Battle.net account. Please log in with your Battle.net information. And I didn't have a Battle.net account yet. I had not done this merge. Come to find out that my account had been stolen, basically. So yeah, I lost my OG account that I had from back in 2004. Started back up in 2014. So yeah, no, I quit. I quit WoW when that happened because the process of getting it back was very convoluted, and I couldn't figure out like all the shit I needed to do. And it also involved being on hold for more than 45 minutes multiple times, and I was not about that. And I was just like, this is bullshit. I'm just not playing this damn game anymore. And I quit from Cataclysm all the way to the end of Mists of Pandaria. So that's one and basically two expansions that I didn't play for. And then I started playing at the tail end of Pandaria and played through Draenor, and basically on and off ever since then on a new account. But yeah, oh, the Nugget is calling. He's from school. Hello, sweetheart.
Guess what?
What?
I'm Kyoko now, so I'm really excited.
Oh, you're Hyoko now? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Good for you, sweetheart.
Because the Yoso that got the role also auditioned for Peko.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Golem. It's when authenticators were becoming a thing, and I didn't have one yet. Sorry, sweetie. What were you saying?
So who I auditioned for, the Yoso that actually got the role, they also auditioned for Peko, and Peko's actual role person that got Peko had to go because of family issues, which means the person that got the Yoso that also auditioned for Peko is Peko now. That was ice study.
Yeah, no. When I called, they were like, yeah, you need to log in with you need to prove that you're the owner of the account, so we need to like the last 4 digits of the credit card that it was charging to, and it was like I didn't charge anything. I always paid prepaid, so yeah. Anyway, I'm here, sweetie. Talking to chat right now. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, you're gonna watch YouTube? Alright, I love you too, sweetie. Dude, that wolf was not giving up. Okay, I need to find a cougar. Cougar and a swoops. Cougars and swoops are what I need. X's and whatever's. You're level 9. Ooh. Is that a green piece of armor I can wear? No, it's mail. Shit. Alright, whatever. Still something we can vendor. Okay, so 1 claw and 1 quill. 1 cougar claw and 1 swoop quill. Alright, cougar, give me your claw.
I'm out of range.
Okay, yeah, so you were a Tauren warrior. Yeah, you spelled it right. Horde for life, yes, for the Horde. So there's Horde, and then there's Honorable Kill. What's the other side? Some people call it some weird word that begins with an A, like alliance. I don't know, but they're honorable kills. That's what they are. And Lich King was definitely probably peak WoW, honestly. I would say that they were probably correct. I don't don't know if it's true, but at one point in time, I mean, I don't know if it's true anymore, but at one point in time, Lich King was the expansion where WoW had the highest number of active subscriptions. They had hit like 12 million subscribers, and that was during the era of the Lich King. But yeah, I don't know if we've gone past that or even approached it since then, but yeah, they definitely had 12 million people playing when Lich King was around. So there is a good reason why a lot of people hold it in such high regard. Death Knights were such a fucking sweet class when they first came out, man. They're still fun to play, but back then it was like, holy shit, this is like brand new, overpowered class. Like, what the fuck's going on? Oh, they're hero classes. You can only have one per account. Okay, cool. Or one per server, I think is what it was. There's the same deal with like Demon Hunters or something, but then eventually, I don't remember what they did to change that, if they did. Okay, so we're gonna take this guy out first because he's coming up behind us and he's gonna like aggro on us probably if we're not careful. Honestly, man, I've enjoyed every WoW expansion that I've played, and I've even gone back and the way they work it now, with like, you know, when you're leveling a new tune, you can do you do time walking for the leveling. So like you can pick Cataclysm as the expansion you want to level a character through, or you can pick Burning Crusade as the expansion that you want to level a character through, and then you go and you play that expansion at level 1, and all the expansions are scaled to like go from 1 to 60 basically, or 1 to max. Or 1 to whatever the entry level is for the current expansion is how it works, basically. So like current expansion max is 80. So the time walking leveling goes from 1 to 70 basically, or 68 I think is what it ends up being. Which WoW was the weakest entry? I would have to say probably Shadowlands. Just because it was like, it seemed like a lot of the story was shoehorned in. A lot of the justifications for the way things had gone down in the over, it seemed like everything was just sort of like attempted to tie it into a nice neat little bow to wrap up a bunch of like ongoing like storylines, but they didn't do a very good job of it. And I mean, I still enjoyed it, but as far as like, you know, which is the weakest entry, that's probably what I would think it was. Shadowlands, probably, in my opinion. I still need... Oh, wait, did I get it? Oh, I did. Okay. It's having us go turn some stuff in now. Sweet, so I can lighten my freaking load. I'm hauling around all this quest gear. Can I get rid of the quest item? It's like, that was something that they did later that made so much sense. Quest items used to take up space in your inventory. And they'd take up space and just cause you to have to like run out of space. Nowadays, quest items don't take up space in your inventory. They just don't show up. You just have them in like a key items pouch that's invisible. We're going to sell this. We're going to sell this. We're going to sell this. I wish I could get to a bank, sell that shit. Just sitting there taking up space. Okay, and we're gonna get some Yeah, for sure. I think they did a good job of balancing between making necessary QOL adjustments versus losing what made the game what it was. But I'm easy to please. There's lots of purists that think that Classic is where it was at and that it's nowhere near what it was and it never will be again. But, you know, I think they do just fine. I should probably do skinning and leatherworking on this guy, so that's what we're going to do, actually. Druids are just leather. Yeah, so yeah, I want to do skinning and leatherworking. And then I need to get a skinning knife. Can I get that from you? Yeah, I can. Sweet.
Be careful.
Any other MMOs I enjoy? Have any franchises or series I wish were MMOs? Oh yeah. I wish there was a One Piece MMO. That would be fun. You go and like create your own pirate crew. Like go and like sail on the seas and go do pirate missions. That'd be fun. But like One Piece flavored. Any other MMOs that I enjoy? I like I've played New World. I played Lost Ark. Those are both MMO. I liked I played Rift for a while back in the day. That was like it was a WoW clone. It was on Steam. Um, what else? Lord of the Rings Online. Play that one a lot. Basically Lord of the Rings, but MMO form. And it was funny because I was sitting there back in 2004 playing WoW and thinking, man, it'd be real cool if there was a game like this, but it was like Lord of the Rings themed. And then came along Lotro, and it's a lot of fun. It's pretty fun. Um, what else? I used to play DC Universe online when I had my PlayStation. That one was fun. Um, I had a lot of fun playing that one. What else? What else? What else? What else? Let me do this actually, because this will help me figure it out. Let's go to close all this. This will give me an idea. All right, so ESO. I played ESO some. Um, Lord of the Rings Online, Lost Ark. Played Neverwinter. Neverwinter's pretty fun. Path of Exile is basically an MMO. Um, and then so it would be Last Epic and stuff like that. Rift. Um, oh yeah, Star Wars: The Old Republic. I played that one a bunch. That one was a lot of fun too. Um, that's about it, I think. Really, I don't know. I guess Ark is considered an MMO, so yeah. Oh, and I played Once Human. That one was very MMO based, and that one was fun. So yeah. Oh yeah, dude, definitely. It was cool to see the stats. Speaking of which, you inspire me. I gotta go look at that. Josh Strife's MMO ranking video.
All right.
If not, I highly recommend it. Um, I haven't, but I bet you if I type in what Josh Strife MMO tier list, is that it right there? Is it this one right here?
MMORPG.
I'm in a good place to sit. Let's watch a video. Let's watch a video, chat.
RPGs are great. Massive virtual worlds you can explore around with your friends, having incredible adventures, fighting terrifying monsters.
All right,
and finding
sweet. This is the right one. Then let's do it. Let's watch it. Yep, see, that's the one I was talking about right there. SWTOR is so fun.
So many games and so many different ways to play
SWTOR is so fun.
The best MMO is the one you enjoy.
You get to fly around on a speeder, man.
Wrong.
Never played Albion, but I've heard about it.
Objectively sorted from worst to best using a scientific method, and I've spent the last 2 months making this chart, so I can prove it.
All right.
Welcome, I'm Josh Strife-Hayes. Since starting my MMO content
think that's
creation career
Neverwinter?
many years ago, the most common email or message I get by far is, Josh, why do you look like Henry Cavill from Wish? The second is, what MMO should I play? Every year,
City
we
of
get more
Heroes,
top
City of
10
Villains.
MMO videos, and those videos are either
I never
far
played
too
that one,
similar
but
to
it was.
the previous year,
I heard
or
lots
they
of
don't
people had
agree
fun with
my
it.
subjective opinion at the time, and are therefore wrong. Because of
Autism at
this,
its
I've spent the last
finest.
2 months of my life creating this extremely scientific video, cataloguing every single MMORPG.
I know, I'm
going
gonna come along on this journey with you, Josh.
Positions on other MMO videos to create.
I'm gonna like and subscribe.
This chart. There are 250 MMORPG games on this chart, arranged by 20 years worth of data. So grab a cup of tea and settle in, because we are going to be here a while. As usual, a big thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep this channel alive.
It's
and allow
like,
me to
at
do
that
extremely
point-
scientific things like this.
At that point, what is the point of putting the names up? Nobody can read that. No, he seems very well spoken for sure. Nobody can read those names. You gotta like, oh look, there I am right there. No, I'm not, but like I'm saying, that's what it would be like. You'd have to like pause and squint. At the very least, like make it like a marquee, like a vertical marquee, where you could read everybody's names. And I mean, I don't know, put it at the end of the video in that case, you know, as like a credits for the video type thing. I don't know. But who am I to tell this man how to run his business?
More information on how you can support at the end.
Oh,
Part of
the
this video is
Digimon
sponsored by
MMO?
Gamer Subs, but it's a 12-second part, so you probably won't
I
be
need
paying
to get
attention
on
when it
that.
happens.
That
Now,
sounds
let's
fun.
begin. The opening aggression was, of course, a joke, but I have still spent the last 2 months of my life creating a 48-page spreadsheet ranking 250 MMO games. But why? Well, the whole project was inspired by YouTube comments like these. It's honestly sad that the top 10 MMOs of 2016 has mostly games from years ago. There really needs to be a huge change to how these companies make MMOs. This video feels like a video from 3 to 4 years ago. You know it's bad when the list has been the same for the past 10 years. Seems like MMOs are dying. Nothing but cheap trash is coming out. I swear I've been looking at the same upcoming best MMO for 5 years now. Still mostly the same games too. The genre is really stale. And this video just shows us how dead MMOs are. I thought I would find some hidden gem, but it's all the usual suspects. The general opinion is the genre is stagnant, has been for a while. Companies are realizing players don't want to leave their home MMO for another, as an MMO is more than just a game.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, is it's like, you know, you have to, in order to fully experience the MMO as a genre individually, you have to dedicate a lot of time per game. And so, as a genre, it makes it very, very much, when there's so much competition, it's very hard to get enough people to play it. So, yeah, I mean, I get that for sure.
Game you play, it's a culture, a personality. A world you spend so much time in, it becomes a collection of memories and part of your history. Making a new MMORPG is expensive and risky. For the same price, you could release 10 mobile games and make 10 times as much money. We don't have the release volume that we had in the mid-2000s MMO gold rush era, and the top 10 MMO list of any given year is pretty much the same as the previous few years gone by. So which top 10 list can you trust? Are they all just lists of player counts as of that specific moment with no critique of quality? Are they subjective opinions of whoever made the list? Is it a community vote or all of the above? Ultimately, they're just entertaining videos, and there's nothing wrong with that. Now, the videos are subjective, they're opinions, but what if we could take all of that subjective data cross-reference it, literary review it, compile it together, and present that compilation in an objective way? Would we discover anything about the genre? Here's the plan. Step 1. Watch over 100 top MMO list videos and read multiple best MMO articles spanning back over the last 20 years.
Bro, you were not kidding when you said autism at its finest. This guy is the poster child for it. But yeah, no, I get it. MMO competition isn't like any other genre. Yeah, I'd say that that's true. Because, like, even if you think about, like, you know, like, you can sink as much time into doing like a Dark Souls character or like an Elden Ring character, you still like reach a point where you've finished the game. With MMOs, the point of the game is that it doesn't end, that it just continues, and you want your players to keep playing. So yeah, totally get it. Yeah.
The videos watched will be from a variety of channels, ranging from commercially successful channels with over 10 million subscribers and high production values, down to hobby channels with literally just one subscriber, making a slideshow of images on Windows Movie Maker. The articles will be from major news sites and minor blogs. Make sure to record where all of the videos and articles are in case you need to refer back to them later, because you will do. The bad news is doing this will take you the best part of 2 to 3 weeks. The good news is you don't need to do it. I've done it for you. Step 2. Establish the scoring system. For every video and article, assign points values to the games listed on that article, inverse of the position in relation to the total number of positions on that specific list. Now that sounds complicated, but it's a fancy way of saying if the list has 10 games, first place earns 10 points, second place earns 9 points, third place is 8, down to 1 point in 10th place. If a list had 8 games, then first place would be 8 points, second would be 7, and so on and so on. Essentially, last place on any given list is 1 point, and then you increase by 1 point for each place higher. Record every time a game appears and keep a running total of their points in a spreadsheet. Some data scientists watching this may think this is a terrible way to collect data, and they are right. For example, the data from only one video would look like this. Game mentioned, video it's mentioned in, points based on the placing within that video. These are not the final rankings for every game in the list, just one video. Make sure you keep a detailed document of all the videos you use in case you want to cross-reference or check later. This data is pretty simple so far. The data from 10 videos would look like this, as the videos begin to mention more games, so you need more rows, but this is still a readable chart. But then the data from 107 videos and 20 articles, spanning roughly 20 years with all the substyles within the MMO genre, would look like this. This took me several days of inputting data manually, and every single comment that says, "Why don't you use AI? You don't understand the value of art." This is my magnum opus. If you were to export this chart as a PDF, it would be 48 pages long. If you were to then print out all 48 pages and stick them together, it would look like this. I've done this because Google Sheets cannot zoom out far enough to take a screenshot. This is the only way to visualize the amount of data there is. There are 1,000 data points on this, gathered from 20 years worth of data, featuring 250 games.
Josh Strife says and Josh Strife plays. I'll definitely check him out for sure.
Extrapolate this scoring data from all of the videos and every article. It will take you a while, but don't worry. As you can see, I've already done this too. Then step 3. When you have all this data, add up every single point a game has earned from any video or list it appeared on, and then arrange every single game in order from least points to most, thus giving you a 100% scientific, objective list of every MMORPG, scientifically ranked according to their arbitrary point value derived from the subjective combined rankings within almost every ranking video or article over the last roughly 20 years. Doing this gives us the chart. 250 MMORPG games, some of them still alive, some dead, some never even releasing. If you are just bothered about the top game.
Let me just stop to like appreciate the fact that he's holding his microphone in a Path to Exile mug. Like this guy's great.
Click the time code in the description to skip to it
It's
now.
just chilling there.
Hello everyone who clicked the time code in the description. You're back at the start of the video. I made this, you will watch it and you will like it.
Wait, what?
150 last roughly 20 years.
Let me catch all that again.
Gives us the chart. 250 MMORPG games, some of them still alive, some dead, some never even releasing. If you are just bothered about the top game, click the timecode in the description to skip to it now. Hello everyone who clicked the timecode in the description, you're back at the start of the video. I made this, you will watch it and you will like it. Some important notes before we get to the list. One, some videos don't do 1 to 10 ranking, they do tier placing, A, B, C,
900,000 people.
In these cases, I awarded points
That's
based on the
funny as
number of
hell.
tiers.
Anybody who
If the
clicked on
list
that
had
shit.
5 tiers, then every game appearing
That's
in the top
funny
tier
as
will
hell.
earn 5 points. Then as the tiers
Nah,
go
dude,
down,
I'm like
games earn
resonating
4,
with this
3,
guy
2,
like
and finally
holy.
1 point to every game in the bottom tier.
He's great.
2. The videos and articles I used are a mix of top 10 best, top 10 best free, top 10 best mobile, top 10 retro, graphics, MMOs for PC, for console, for current year, action, tactical, American, European, international, going back roughly 20 years to give a variety of answers and make sure that I'm not favouring one style of MMO time period or console over any other. 3. I am not including any MMO-style mini-games made within larger games like Roblox. They must be standalone games. The only exception will be the Minecraft MMO Winecraft, because if I don't, the fanboys will shout at me. Again. 4. Sometimes an MMO releases, dies, and then re-releases with a different name, or it has 2 versions of itself, like old school RuneScape and RuneScape 3. We will handle these games like this. If one game has 2 distinct versions which are justifiably different, like World of Warcraft and World of Warcraft Classic, they will count as 2 games because the top 10 lists they appear on now likely treat them as 2 games. If they are the same game with a different name, like the Secret World and the Secret World Legends, or the many versions of Bless we eventually had, they will have all their points totaled under the main game name, and I'll just mention both versions exist when we reach it on the list. 5. For each game, I will include the total number of points it scored in this system and, if I'm able to find out the information, whether it's still online or not. In the case of a tie, and there are lots of ties on this list, the ranking order will be weighted in favour of the view count of the video the game appeared on. 6. Some of the games on this list are just objectively not MMORPGs. When we reach them, I will show you the exact video they appeared in which granted them the spot on this list, and some of those original videos are worrying. 7. Some older and I think extremely important games within the MMO design process, like Habitat, Island of Kesmai, Legends of Future Past, the original Neverwinter Nights, or any of the text-based MUDs, do not appear on this list, because videos and articles simply don't mention them. As influential as something may have been at the time, this list is about the best games according to other lists, not the most important according to me. 8. One of the strangest things I discovered doing this research is the majority of top MMO videos don't actually show gameplay. They show cinematic trailers and marketing materials the game has created, because these are easier to find and simply look cooler than gameplay. But I want to show the gameplay of each game if possible. Now, some of these games aren't available anymore, but we can still see what they look like thanks to the amazing work of all the MMO content creators who came before me. So every game clip shows not only the game name, but where the footage comes from. So massive respect to all the classic MMO content creators who made this list possible. Now, we have 250 games to get through, so instead of breaking down games in detail like I normally do, you're getting a sentence or 2 about general vibes, anything important it did, if it's still alive, and then we are moving on. At the end of the video, I'll answer some questions you'll likely all be having about the list. Please remember, the scores are based on the number of appearances and placings in over 100 very varied best MMO videos. If your favourite MMO doesn't appear on this list, it's nothing personal. It just means it wasn't important or popular enough to be mentioned even once in over 100 videos from the last 20 years. So I'm not saying your game is bad. The data is saying it's bad. Right, the ultimate, scientific, objectively correct, points-based, 20-year collated data MMORPG ranking list which took months to make and will be outdated the moment the video releases. Here we go. This is an advert for Gamer Subs. Don't bother skipping, it's only 12 seconds long. Making this video took so long I couldn't film a good advert, so here's me on the floor with the dog. Here's the product, here's 10% off. Done. 5 seconds left, we can do this. I believe in us. Okay, back to the video. 250, Meridian 59, the first 3D MMORPG released back in 1996, the grandfather of the genre, mentioned literally once in the last 15 years. That is extreme disrespect, but the future is now, old man. Despite being monumentally important, online and still actively updated, Meridian 59 gets overlooked by MMO history. 249. Furcadia. Here's a horrifying MMORPG fact. The longest running MMORPG, literally in the Guinness Book of Records as the longest running MMO, is Furcadia, a furry role-play chat room. No real gameplay and all the stats are made up, focused on player-driven narrative, and still gets mentioned more often than Meridian 59. 248. Loom, the Power of the Dragon. I cannot find anyone who has heard of this game, let alone played it. Releasing in China in 2010 and making no impact at all in the West, so niche I cannot find when it shut down. 247. Istaria, Chronicles of the Gifted. What is it with the MMORPG landscape and the eternal war between furries and scalies? Istaria is the MMO where you can be a dragon and has some of the most disturbing fan art of any game on this list.
Hold on.
Shut down. 200.
That UI is horrifying. What are you doing with all that? That's too much. And they said WoW is bad. That's ridiculous. What are you doing with your life? There's got to be a more efficient way. That's terrible.
147. Istaria, Chronicles of the Gifted.
Yeah,
What
exactly.
is it with the MMORPG landscape and the eternal war between furries and scalies? Istaria is the MMO where you can be a dragon and has some of the most disturbing fan art of any game on this list. 246. Algernon, a World of Warcraft clone which released in 2009 and shut down in 2017. It's planning a return in 2025 as a Web3 crypto game. As disgusting as that sounds, it's not the only game on this list we'll see try to do it. 245. City of Heroes, a superhero MMO launching in 2004 and shutting down in 2012, amazingly rising from the ashes in 2024 when NCSoft officially allowed the private fan server Homecoming to host the game for real. One of the few times we've seen an MMO company and a fan server work together like that. Nice one, guys. 244. Titan Reach. Described by the Lazy Peon as a third-person RuneScape, Titan Reach was a crowd-funded MMO which went through development hell, changed its name to World of Titans, ran out of funding, got more funding, then the developers got really into NFTs and the whole thing shut down in 2022, which is probably for the best. 243. Whack Fu. The pros of this game are it's a stylized, isometric, grid, turn-based, tactical MMO and still online today. The cons are it is French. 242. Free Realms, a colourful...
The cons are, it's French. Yeah, there's another one around here. This is a sissy. Come here. Come here. This is her sister. She's a little cooler with being held. Hi. What are you doing? Hello. Okay.
child-friendly MMO set in the magical land of Sacred Grove, releasing in 2009 and dying in 2014. The president of Sony Online Entertainment at the time said the reason for the shutdown was, turns out kids do mean stuff to each other a lot and don't spend a lot of money. I could have saved you a lot of time, Sony, and told you that before you made an MMO. 241 Eternal Senia, generic gacha mobile battler. The data demands this game be put on the list, but as it's a stupid choice, we're going to ignore it. 240 EverQuest 3. The footage shown is not EverQuest 3 because EverQuest 3 doesn't yet exist. Announced in 2023 and expected in 2028, the sequel to one of the most important MMOs ever is on this list because of hype and speculation. So please, stop putting games which don't exist yet on top 10 MMO lists. 239, Silk Road Online, a Chinese MMO from 2005 set on the famous Silk Road trading route between China and Europe. The trifecta of trader, hunter, thief gameplay choices were focused on PvP. It's still online now, and by all respects, isn't bad. 238, Metin 2, a 2004 Eastern European MMO still extremely popular in Turkey. To this day, I get messages from people demanding I acknowledge Metin 2 as the greatest MMO of all time, and I will not. 237, Undecember, hack-and-slash action RPG like Path of Exile, but worse. 236, Gloria Victis, realistic PvP-focused medieval MMO with brutal grounded combat and high lethality, a small but dedicated player base. 235, Waven, turn-based, grid-based tactical MMO on PC and mobile, set in the same world as Dofus. Canned chat options make communication rather limited, made by the same people who made Wakfu, which means it is also, unfortunately, French. 234, Rust, base building online survival game. Very successful game, but it's a survival RPG, not an MMORPG. It's on the list because most mainstream gaming news sites don't know the difference and keep saying it's an MMO. 233, Torchlight Frontiers, announced in 2018 and originally planned as an MMORPG set within the Torchlight franchise, it eventually got rebranded as Torchlight 3 and released as a mostly single-player RPG with multiplayer features. It now sits at mostly negative on Steam. If you've ever wondered how accurate these top 10 MMO lists are, you've just seen an MMO which doesn't exist rate higher than City of Heroes. 232, Ember. Emater, pronounced Ember apparently, is a mech vs kaiju MMO still in development. The source of much drama as early builds didn't look very good and the main dev is spending more time waging a Twitter culture war than actually making the game.
5 cats, 1 dog.
231, Master X Master, PvP
Yeah,
MOBA League of
I like
Legends
animals.
knockoff. Not an MMO, released by NC Soft in
kitties.
2017 and shut down in 2018. And if you're wondering, why is a MOBA on the best MMO list? We can consult the giant chart of ultimate MMO data. We can find Master X Master on the game axis. Follow along and see this game received 1 point from video 39. We can then refer to the master list of all videos used to generate this data and see that video 39 was Game Ranks, the top 10 new MMORPGs of 2017, where Master X Master placed 10th. And that is why this video took 2 months to make. Not only did I watch all of these videos, I saved all the data so we can refer back to anomalies like this. 230, Echo of Soul, generic Korean hack-and-slash MMO where you enhance yourself with the souls of defeated enemies, launching in 2013, winning the Best MMO 2014 award at the Thailand Games Festival, then shutting down in 2015. It was revived a year later only in Korea. 229, The Repopulation, kickstarted sandbox MMO, third-person sci-fi shooter. Early access opened up in 2014, remained early access for 8 years, then shut down in 2023. We are going to see a rather strong correlation between the words Kickstarter, sandbox, MMO, and shut down. 228, Soulframe. Still in pre-alpha as of this video, Soulframe is the medieval game from the people behind Warframe. Will it be good? It will probably be like Warframe, but with less war and more soul. 227, Archlord. Made by Codemasters, the same people behind Lord of the Rings Online, Archlord released in 2005 to poor reviews, got 2 expansions, then died in 2014. The unique feature of this game was how 1 player per server could become the Archlord, which got them a castle, a unique dragon mount, and the innumerable tips of every fedora. 226, City of Steam, part Diablo, part Neverwinter Nights, part retrofuturism steampunk. City of Steam was meant to be a browser-based MMO and had a load of closed betas but then shut down in 2017. The attempted relaunch City of Steam Arcadia also died. 225, Uncharted Waters Online, naval trading game with an anime flair which uses an actual map of the world to give you a really rather massive amount of ocean to sail. Objectively bad, but me
Almost
being
a
British,
One Piece
the moment
anime.
I learned you could
Or
invade
MMO.
places and trade tea, I played this for several days. Amazingly, still online. 224, Vanguard, Saga of Heroes, a 2007 MMO produced by Brad McQuaid, one of the original guys behind EverQuest. Vanguard released before it was really polished due to financial pressure, won the 2007 Biggest Disappointment Award from GameSpy, then won the Least Fun, Most Desolate, and Lamest Launch Awards in the MMORPG.com yearly awards.
That's
It's
wild.
changed from a subscription to free-to-play model in 2012 and then shut down 2 years later in 2014.
course it did.
223, Grimm's Hollow.
Yeah,
Not
baby.
an MMO, an indie RPG, literally made with RPG Maker. Has a cool art style and timing-based minigame style combat, but not an MMO. Why is this game here? Well, we can consult the chart. Grimm's Hollow received 1 point from Video 83. Video 83 is top 30 best free MMORPG for PC to play in 2024 by channel Best Game X. And surely we can trust Best Game X, as they put out a 20-minute video every single day. Only a professional could do such a thing as that. 222, Horizon Online. Announced but as of yet unreleased MMO set in the Horizon franchise.
Oh,
Whether
yeah,
it
I've
ends
heard
up
about
a
this
full
one.
MMO or a scaled-back co-op game, we should know by 2026. 221, Hunters Arena Legends. Again, not an MMO, a match-based battle royale like Fortnite or Naraka Bladepoint. It's on the list because, check the chart, Video 72, Top 15 MMORPGs 2021 and 2022 nominated it. Interestingly, this video was made by William Wagner, a channel with literally 1 subscriber. When I say I scoured the internet to find every MMO ranking video, I mean it. 220, Realm of the Mad God, one of the more unique MMOs on the list. Pixel art, multiplayer bullet hell, free and surprisingly fun. Also, interestingly, one of my weaker worst MMO ever episodes. In fact, I put out an updated apology video because of that, and the apology video now has more views than the video it's apologizing for. 219, Kurt's Pell, anime cel-shaded action MMO from the people behind Grand Chase. Sells cosmetic underwear in the cash shop for $10 if you're into that sort of thing. 218, Riders of Icarus, Russian MMO about collecting mounts and fighting while riding them. Icarus clearly having a great time. Also requires a localized font patch, as my playthrough replaced all the text with question marks. 217, Das Tal, isometric sandbox full loot PvP MMO. Got renamed to The Exiled, then shut down in 2022. 216, Otherland. Oh, Otherland, my beloved. Otherland is an MMORPG based on the Tad Williams fantasy novels of the same name, following the story of uber-rich people who build a virtual world in an attempt to immortalize themselves as digital gods. I found it through a PC Gamer article talking about the strangest MMOs, and after playing it for an hour, the graphics, ambience, plot, and general design captivated me so much, I started my epic quest to finish it while being the only player. This journey was documented in my 10-part series, I Played the Most Insane MMO on Steam to the End. Otherland was an absolute trip, an unforgettable journey, with some of the best writing, level design, environments, and enemy design I've ever experienced in any game. The chess-themed land of 8 Squared and the digital data corruption you play through at the end of it will stay with me forever. I have a deep personal love for Otherland. Unfortunately, the servers shut down in 2022. The game is removed from Steam, and one of the most visually stunning video games is gone forever. It lives on in our memories and in screenshots. Rest in peace, Otherland. 215, Shards
Well, thanks for
Online.
telling us
This
what we
project
missed
is
out
an
on.
absolute mess. Shards
Asshole.
starts as a crowdfunded MMO. You can still find the Kickstarter page online. Then Shards Online changes names to Legends of
No,
Aria.
that's great.
Then the original
Yeah.
development company,
He calls them out and
Citadel
says,
Studios,
no, this
gets
is wrong,
acquired
and
by
this is
Blue
who
Monster
said it
Games.
was,
Then Blue
and
Monster Games changes
now go
their
laugh
name
at them
to
'cause they're
Reaper
idiots.
Games. Then Legends of Aria gets removed from Steam in 2022. Then it gets relaunched on Steam as Legends of Aria Classic under the original Citadel Studios name, which is still alive but has very few players. 214, EverQuest 2. EverQuest was possibly the most influential MMORPG of all time, but the sequel unfortunately released in 2004, same year as World of Warcraft.
Yeah,
Both
that
games
was-
offered very similar gameplay experiences, and EverQuest 2 lost the popularity contest. Still online today though, and seeing a resurgence in popularity thanks to some fresh start servers, it limps along. And you can play as a frog, so that's cool. 213, Mortal Online. Mortal was both ambitious and niche, two things which often don't work well together. A hardcore, full loot, full nudity sandbox MMO where you can kill anyone,
Yeah,
even
no,
NPCs.
you're absolutely right.
It
That is-
thrived for a bit.
That is the most saddest part about like a lot of these games is like when they shut down, they're like they're just gone. However, for some of them at least, I guess it depends, because like, you know, private servers are a thing, and that was like how I played WoW a lot when I didn't have money to spend on the subscription. You play on a free private server that I don't know how they do that. I'm not that like They have to have a copy of like the server binaries, and you know. So I mean, it's possible that any game that was ever online could be brought back on in some capacity, because I mean the data's somewhere. But yeah, you're right. Most of the time, the case is that they're just lost to time, like City Heroes, City of Villains. I never got a chance to play that one, but that was one that I always wanted to.
While it had enough players to sustain a player-driven narrative, and then slowly, like the unlucky NPCs within it, died. The sequel is doing better. 212, The Matrix Online. Ignoring the irony of an immersive online game based on a film about the dangers of an immersive online life, The Matrix Online released in 2005 and lasted 4 years, shutting down in 2009. Ubisoft blamed the lackluster response to the second and third Matrix films, causing a declining interest in the franchise. The Matrix was always one of those franchises that seemed ripe for a video game adaptation and could just never get it quite right. Path of Neo on the PS2 was the same. 211, Therion Saga, a retro-inspired menu-based RPG with 2D graphics and lots of long, tedious crafting chains. Released in 2013 and still going, which is respectable. Unfortunately, like Wakfu and Dofus, it is French. 210, Toontown Online, the original Toontown, an official Disney-branded, child-friendly online hangout game with light RPG elements, released in 2002 and ran for 11 years before dying in 2013. About 1 week after it shut down, the fan server Toontown Rewritten was launched and remains online to this day, with many reminders that this is not affiliated with Walt Disney and does not make any money from the game. 209, Nicer. Cute little pixel art MMO which ran into huge amounts of social media trouble when they tried justifying rather expensive microtransactions, and then legal trouble when there was an account data leak and thousands of passwords stored in plain text were stolen. Went into open beta in 2019, then almost all of the devs left the studio about 4 months later, and it slowly died. 208, Age of Wushu, Chinese martial arts inspired MMO launching in 2012, inspired by the Ming Dynasty myths and legends. The Western version of the game Age of Wulin closed in 2017, but the original Age of Wushu is still going. Graphically, it's a decade behind everything else, but mechanically, it still holds up. 207, Eden Eternal, also known as Finding Neverland Online. Eden Eternal is a cute anime-style MMO released back in 2010. It's still going. However, it announced it would stop the creation of new accounts in 2021. Then it had a sort of soft reboot, relaunching under the same name but a new company, X Legend Entertainment. It is still online, but the English translation is patchy at best. 206, Fiesta Online. I feel my original review for this game still holds up.
And not only is it a hobby horse, it's a hobby horse that clips into our character model so it looks like we've just shoved a stick up our arse. But amazingly, that's not the worst part. The worst part is the face, which blinks. They've just taken the head from a regular horse with giant blinking eyes and rammed it onto a stick. This is terrifying. If I have nightmares, this will be in them, but I've got a game to play. So with that sorted, me and my blinking horse head fly away with my magical arse stick.
205, Grand Theft Auto 5 Online. Not the first thing you think of when you think of MMORPGs, but it does kind of fit. GTA 5 Online is on the list because, check the chart, it scored 3 points from Video 67, which was Best MMOs to Main in 2021 by Shadow MMO. Overall, Shadow's list is actually fine, and while GTA is an unusual inclusion, he's not strictly wrong. The game is still online, and probably will be until it stops printing money. 204, City of Titans, an indie project from Missing World Media aiming to make the next superhero MMO. It seems that we've all collectively decided superhero MMOs are all named City of Something. And this one will be using Unreal Engine 5 because that's the next buzzword in MMO development circles. Not out yet. So why is it ranked as objectively better than other games which exist and can be played right now? I don't know. Blame the data, not me. 203, Anthem. Oh, what could have been? Anthem was an online shooter MMO announced back in 2012. It was being made by BioWare, legendary studio behind games like Dragon Age and Mass Effect, so it could have been amazing. But it was also being developed by Electronic Arts, so instead it shut down 2 years after release. 202, Battleborn. Again, not an MMO. Battleborn was actually a failed attempt by Gearbox Studios to copy Overwatch, launching in 2016 and shutting down in 2020. There's actually an old Hollywood story of crazy things actor and cult leader Jared Leto did while on set as the Joker. But the most heinous one is definitely when he told the cast and crew of the film he'd bought Overwatch for everyone but had actually bought Battleborn instead. Why is this game on the list? Well, it scored 3 points from Video 32, which was top 10 most anticipated MMOs of 2016 HD by MMO Play. I guess 2016 must have been a dry year for MMO news. 201, Hearthstone. Why? Why is Hearthstone on the list? Consult the chart. 3 points from Video 29. Bring that video up and... No, free MMO station. Hearthstone is not one of the top 10 most successful free-to-play MMO games in 2015. I don't care if your video does have 614,000 views. It's wrong. But the data demands it be here, so here it be. 200, Closers Online. Kicking off the top 200 with Closers, a 2.5D side-scrolling anime beat-em-up launching in 2014 in the East and 2017 on the West. Closers Online is still online
Hey, what's
and
up,
has
Dova?
remarkably positive reviews.
How are you?
199, Asheron's Core
We are,
2. Continuing the curve.
We're watching an ultimate MMO tier list that's pretty ultimate and pretty exhaustive. How are you doing today?
Of the sequels often not being as good as the originals, Asheron's Call 2 Fallen Kings launched in 2002 and died as a standalone game only 3 years later in 2005. However, in 2012 it became available to Asheron's Call 1 subscribers, remaining with the original until both of them shut down in 2017. 198, Pirates of the Caribbean Online, Disney's next attempt at an MMO. Pirates of the Caribbean Online casts you as Jack Sparrow's young protege. Releasing in 2007, 4 years after the first movie, it wasn't really riding the hype. It has standard third-person gameplay with some naval combat and shut down in 2013. Again though, the community steps in with private servers, and much like Toontown Rewritten, the legend of Pirates Online makes sure you know it's definitely not associated with Disney. They have even added their own content though, which is really cool. 197, Fallen Earth Classic, a knockoff Fallout MMO which in many ways is better than the actual Fallout MMO. Grindy but still holds a small population. I remember really liking the city designs in this game. 196, Shayar, classic 3D grindfest MMO which released on Steam for about 5 minutes and then got taken down. 195, Guns. The more we advance, the more gamers seem to yearn
I remember
for the
this one.
past. Guns the Duel was a fast-paced Twitch gameplay PvP battle game about ranged and melee combat. And now we have games like Battleborn and Overwatch trying to emulate what Guns was, which itself was trying to emulate what Unreal Tournament or Quake was. Guns released in 2006 and shut down in 2013. Guns got bought by Mangasoft in 2016 and is on Steam but not actually available to download. The sequel Guns 2 is, but that was never as popular. 194, V-Rising. Not really an MMO. V-Rising is a hack-and-slash action game with online PvP and online co-op. A good game indeed, but with a server cap of less than 100 players, many do not consider this massive. 193,
And they'd be
Reworld
right. That's not
Online.
MMO.
It is important to remember that this is Reworld Online, an Albion Online-style player-driven sandbox MMO, not Reworld Online, which is a Chinese copy of Roblox. Having the same name as another game happens surprisingly often in the MMO space. Reworld Online, the MMO, last updated Twitter about 2 years ago, and if you click the official Reworld Online homepage via their Instagram, you get this. So I think it's dead. 192, Wild West Online. Interesting game this because it involves known game dev Sergei Titov, and if you don't know that name after a quick dive into MMO scams, you will. Basically, Sergei is often involved with reskins, name changes, and re-releasing bad games under new companies as new games. Remember the DayZ? It's that guy. So if Wild West Online looks a lot like New Frontier, it's because they're the same game, and they're both bad. 191, Smite. Okay, who put this here? Video 29, the same video that put Hearthstone here. Will someone check on Free MMO Station and see if they know what an MMO is? 190, Kingdom Under Fire 2. This was an MMO real-time strategy hack-and-slash hybrid, planned to release on multiple platforms. Those plans were scrapped in development and instead it released on PC in 2017, only to shut down 4 years later. 189, Wayfinder. Touted as a big MMO release, Wayfinder is actually a class-based shooter which failed to live up to the MMO hype, so it re-released as a single-player shooter with 3-player co-op. Not a bad game, but a perfect example of why companies can't keep using the phrase MMO to describe every online shooter. You're setting expectations that your player base then get upset you're not meeting. 188, Monsters and Memories. This is an attempt to create a new MMO exactly like the old MMOs, similar in many ways to EverQuest, even down to the nameplates. Basically, it's EverQuest. For a new generation of old gamers who want new games in the old way.
So go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back, guys. What are you doing?
Slated for a 2026 release. 187, Dragon Quest X. Dragon Quest X Rise of the Five Tribes is the cross-platform MMO entry of the long-running Dragon Quest franchise, releasing in 2011 and selling over 1 million copies by 2014. Unfortunately, the Wii U and 3DS versions will end in 2024, while the PlayStation, Switch and PC will last a little longer. 186, Enlisted. This is a squad-based World War II first-person shooter, and you might be thinking, if it's that, how is it an MMO? And that's a very good question. Let's consult the chart. The answer is because it appeared in Article 14, which means in April of 2024, GamerRant listed it as the 18th best free-to-play MMO of all time. Not best of that year, best of all time. 185, Battlestar Galactica Online. Battlestar Galactica, the rebooted TV version, is one of my favorite TV shows, and while the browser-based Battlestar Galactica Online reached over 2 million users in 3 months, it only lasted 6 short years and shut down in 2019. The frackin' toasters won. Starbuck hears nothing but the rain So say we all. 184, LEGO Universe. If there was ever a franchise which could justifiably deliver multiverse adventures, it would be LEGO. But despite promise and decent reviews, LEGO Universe Online only lasted from 2010 to 2012 and shut down due to low revenue. 183, 12 Sky 2, another Chinese MMO about factions and territories. 12 Sky 2 released in 2008 and is still going. 12 Sky 2 Classic is even on Steam. 182, Tantra Online, a Korean MMO of little note, releasing in 2004, big in the Philippines until those local servers closed in 2011. It is still online globally and limps along with a small but dedicated player base. 181, Rohan Online. I tried to play Rohan Online, but it kept asking me, where was Gondor when the Westfold fell? Popular in Indonesia for 12 years.
I'm looking forward to Night Rain, that's for sure. What else am I looking forward to? I know how to find some of it real quick. I can go to Night Rain for sure. Trying to think of what are the other ones of these that aren't out yet. This one right here. There's a Gothic 1 remake coming out too that I'm really looking forward to. So yeah, I guess I'd have to say Gothic, the Gothic remake, Night Rain. I think, isn't there a new Monster Hunter game coming out soon? That's gonna be fun.
It shut down in 2020. The game, that is, not Gondor, which by all accounts has never been to Indonesia and is doing fine. 180, Windcraft. I know I said no MMOs made within other games, but I feel Windcraft is a decent exception, a fully fleshed out and remarkably popular MMORPG built within Minecraft. I get about 2 to 3 emails a week from people asking me to play Windcraft, so here's a secret. I've never even played normal Minecraft. 179, Monster Hunter World. Not really an MMO. Monster Hunter World sees you teaming up with other players to go and hunt giant monsters, then heading back to town and doing it all again. Fun, yes, but the MMO aspect of this game was vastly overblown during its marketing. 178, Astelia Online. Korean MMO Astelia released in 2018 and was abandoned only 2 years later in 2020. Then a new version called Astelia Royal released in March of 2021 and shut down October of the same year. Then it relaunched as an NFT game called Astel of Atra, which thankfully shut down in 2023. 177, Twilight Spirits. Generic action MMO Twilight Spirits never got an English translation, got put on Steam, then didn't release. 176, Sky Saga. Sky Saga Infinite Isle was a Minecraft-looking sandbox MMO where each player had their own floating island. Then in 2017, production stopped and presumably all the islands fell down and everyone died. 175, Team Fortress 2. No. Just no. Why is this here? Consult the chart. Team Fortress 2 scores 5 points from video 29, which was free MMO station. Again, top 10 most successful free-to-play MMO games in 2015. That one video has put Hearthstone, Smite, and now Team Fortress 2 on this chart. I am calling Idle, president of MMOs, and asking him to exile free MMO station. You have lost MMO privileges.
You should.
174, Neocron. Post-apocalyptic cyberpunk first-person shooter Neocron, similar vibes to Deus Ex, released back in 2002 and was very technically impressive for the time. Extremely atmospheric, closer to a life sim than an MMO, amazingly kept online by a fan project. 173, Star Wars Clone Wars Adventures. This was an MMO set within the Clone Wars franchise, tying in with the excellent TV show. It ran from 2010 to 2014, and now a fan project has made an emulator which maintains a small player base. 172, Profane. Profane is a player-driven sandbox MMO promising all the other things every other player-driven sandbox MMO promises and using that art style which all the other player-driven sandbox MMOs use. And much like many other player-driven sandbox MMOs, it's still in production and not out yet. 171. Dragonica Online. Also known as Dragon Saga, Dragonica Online was a cutesy side-scrolling MMO from 2006 and is still online, available on Steam. 170. RF Online. Rising Force, shortened to RF Online, released in 2004, did very well with its daily chip war events between factions and has since died and been brought back several times, each time with a worse cash shop than before to milk the players. Most of the official servers shut down in 2023. 169. Night Online. One of the most popular Turkish MMOs, Night Online launched in 2004 and is still going. Available on Steam to mostly positive reviews. Generic Eastern European gameplay, but a cracking soundtrack. 168. Flyf. Flyf, or Fly for Fun, launched back in 2004 and has seen incredible success since, being translated to 10 different languages and relaunching with some differences as Flyf Universe, which is cross-platform, mobile, tablet and PC. Still online, still doing well. 167. Ark, Survival of the Fittest. You've probably heard of Ark, Survival Evolved, which launched in 2017. Well, 1 year earlier in 2016, Ark, Survival of the Fittest launched as a standalone game. It was a battle royale esport and even had a cash prize pool sometimes. It was merged into the main Survival Evolved game when it launched. Not really an MMORPG. 166. Landmark. This is an interesting one. Landmark was originally known as EverQuest Next Landmark, and it was a toolkit for players to make content for EverQuest Next, another game which wouldn't happen. But then the EverQuest Next Landmark toolkit was renamed to just Landmark and launched as a standalone game in 2016, keeping some of its player creation properties, and died only 1 year later. 165. Pax Dei, that's how it's pronounced, the developers said so, is a sandbox MMO made in Unreal Engine 5 which features such innovative and unique gameplay mechanics as crafting, building, survival stuff, maybe some PvE, possibly PvP if they're feeling spicy. Recently been hit by the is it pay to win controversy. Answer, maybe. 164. Tabula Rasa. Tabula rasa is the philosophical idea of the brain being completely empty and only filled in by sensory or perceived experiences, such as data would be written onto a blank tablet, or tabula. It was also a shooter sci-fi MMORPG by Richard Garriott, the guy behind the Ultima series, releasing in 2007, going free-to-play 2 years later, and shutting down only 1 month after becoming free-to-play. 163. Raiders. Raiders is another Korean MMO launching in 2012 and being funded by a real money cash shop, so of course it was incredibly pay to win, but it still shut down in 2015 when the entire development company just sort of mysteriously vanished. It exists now on private servers. 162. Firefall. Firefall was a sci-fi shooter MMO from Red 5 Studios led by Mark Kern, one of the original guys behind World of Warcraft, now the guy trying to make Ember, the 232nd game on this list. Firefall launched in 2014 and then shut down in 2017. It is, however, most famous for spending several $1 million of its marketing budget on a real-world promotional bus which travelled around and let people play Firefall on it. More videos and social media posts have now been made about the bus than about the game. 161. Dust 514. This was a first-person shooter, and while not a standalone MMO itself, Dust 514 was connected to the MMO EVE Online. In many ways, it was a spin-off. Action in one game could affect the other. Victories, losses, trading, alliances. It was meant to be the boots-on-the-ground experience within EVE. Releasing in 2013, it only lasted 3 years and shut down in 2016, likely because the EVE players couldn't find the spreadsheet weapon. 160. Decaron. Decaron is a Korean action MMO translated into English and relaunched under the new name Two Moons. The original Decaron limps along on private servers, but they did launch a mobile version called Decaron G, which shut down in 2024. 159. Worm Online. This was a hardcore survival MMO famous for being very, very grindy. It was made by Rolf Jansen and Marcus Persson. Marcus would go on to become known as the guy who made Minecraft, and Rolf would go on to become known as the other guy who made Worm Online. 158. Shadowbane. This was a fantasy MMO launching in 2003, 1 year before World of Warcraft. It was created by a team very familiar with classic text-based multi-user dungeons, or MUDs. It hit the top 10 selling PC games at the time and was the first MMO to feature dynamic terrain, so players could destroy buildings, dig paths around mountains, but stability issues with doing this plagued the game. So in 2008, the game had a reboot, deleting all player and city data to begin again, and players didn't like this, so it never quite recovered and shut down in 2009. 157. World of Warships. World of Warships is what would happen if World of Tanks had a beach episode. A naval warfare MMO with a slower pace, freemium cash shop, and lots of YouTuber adverts. If you really like the ocean or using maths to work out the exact angle of a really long-range cannon shot, you'll love World of Warships. Just be aware it has such a problem with new players being ganked. One of the most popular videos on the game is called The New Player Problem. 156. Marvel Heroes. Marvel Heroes was an isometric action MMO where you could play as famous Marvel heroes such as the ones in the Avengers, or unknown Marvel heroes such as the ones not in the Avengers. Launched in 2013 and shut down in 2017, it lasted 4 years, which was about the length of time we all really cared about Marvel films. 155. Dota 2. Why is Dota 2 on the list? Consult the chart. It was nominated by Video 29. It's free MMO station. Again, stop saying MOBAs are MMOs. This is supposed to be a scientific video. You are ruining science. 154. Broken Ranks. This was an isometric adventure MMO where combat switched to a tactical side-by-side turn-based style, plagued by technical issues such as only the party leader being able to control every member even though they were other players, and an egregious pay-to-win cash shop saw the player base crumble quickly. Still online, but not doing well. 153. Adventure Quest 3D. Adventure Quest 3D takes all the side-scrolling charm of the original Adventure Quest and slaps in a third dimension, which honestly doesn't really add that much. Now, the original Adventure Quest and Dragon Fable are some of my favourite RPGs ever. The third dimension didn't really improve it for me, but it is successful and plays well cross-platform from mobile to PC. 152. Palia. This is a more chilled MMO focusing on life skills, farming, fishing, hunting, mining, and crafting.
Yeah,
the smaller server size caused a lot of people to say Palia isn't really a massively multiplayer game, and the lack of combat meant it did struggle to find a mainstream audience. It's niche, but still online. 151. Mythos, a hack-and-slash Diablo-style MMO which launched back in closed beta in 2011. It was originally just a network and tech test for the developer's other title, Hellgate London. But Mythos saw enough success to remain online for a few years itself. It went through a few developer changes but died in 2011, then relaunched as a single-player game in 2022. 150. Dragon's Prophet. Dragon's Prophet was an action MMO launching in 2013. Players could capture a variety of dragons and use them as mounts, and the endgame was a big sandbox PvP arena. Shut down in 2020. 149. Frozen Flame, another early access survival MMO with that thick, smooth action figure art style. Frozen Flame had PvP, gathering, crafting, and all the buttons and UI elements had that modern diamond-shaped aesthetic because there was a period of time when all of game design decided to do that. 148. Shin Megami Tensei Imagine Online. Shin Megami Tensei Imagine Online, previously known as Shin Megami Tensei Imagine, previously known as Megami Tensei Online Imagine, was an attempt to make an online version of Shin Megami Tensei 9, and Shin Megami launched in 2007 and went Shin Megami Tensei offline in 2016. 147. 9 dragons. Studies have shown that 8 is not enough dragons and 10 is far too many dragons. The optimal amount of dragons for an MMORPG is 9. Due to this, 9 dragons is still online. 146. Elite Dangerous Odyssey. This was a paid expansion for the space sim Elite Dangerous, focusing on shootouts in hangars and on the planet's surface. The alpha for this was available in 2021. It went through a rough few years and was ultimately killed in 2022 because it was hard to support the main game of Elite Dangerous and this for all consoles while also progressing the overall story. 145. Creativerse. Creativerse is a $20 Minecraft knockoff. It was originally free. If we consult the chart, we can see it's on this list because of video 62. On March 17th, 2020, channel Mr. MacWright released Top 10 Mac MMO Games 2020. And Creativerse came third on that list, so it's here because of the Mac gamers, and you know what? They're both probably really happy it's here. 144. Conqueror's Blade. Conqueror's Blade is just Western medieval dynasty warriors, a combination of tactical real-time strategy, MMO, and hack and slash. You take control of your powerful dude and mow down waves of NPCs searching for the enemy's powerful dude in castle sieges. Released in 2019 and still going. 143. Mabinogi, another cutesy Korean MMO. Mabinogi, released in 2004, did extremely well, had a console release teased, but that never actually happened, and then a recent engine upgrade shows the devs are really investing into it. And why wouldn't they? It's already made over $600 million. 142. Mad World. Let's clear something up. This is Mad World, an ultra-stylized black and white hyper-violent brawler released on the Nintendo Wii. It's 18 rated and features the voice talents of Steve Blum. This is Mad World, an ultra-stylized, in a different way, somewhat violent top-down MMO released on PC and probably doesn't feature Steve Blum. They are not the same game. And the amount of review videos I've watched talking about the Mad World MMO using the wrong footage is shocking. The Mad World MMO, released in 2024 and due to a botched release, payment issues and enemies in the game having way more health than intended, it turned new players away and shut down almost immediately. 141 Critica Online. This is an instance-based stylized MMO with button-mashing combat and most of the dev time apparently spent on the extremely realistic jiggle physics. Welcome back, everyone who had this playing on a second monitor in the background. Good to have you with us. We are 141 games in, almost halfway. 140 Drakensang Online. This is a top-down Diablo-style hack-and-slash MMO launched in 2011. It is not connected to the previous Drakensang games, The Dark Eye and The Rivers of Time. It has a Metacritic score of 69 out of 100, which is nice. 139 Bloodline Champions. This again is not an MMO, it's a MOBA. Why is it here? Consult the chart. Bloodline Champions scored 8 points from Video24, which we can find out is Top 10 MMO PC Games Best MMOs by Waterplay. No, Waterplay, Bloodline Champions is not one of the top 10 MMOs, it's a PvP MOBA which shut down in 2015. If these are the kind of videos the general gaming populace is being served, it's no wonder nobody knows what this genre actually is. 138 Dynasty Warriors Online. Dynasty Warriors Online is the Dynasty Warrior version of the Conqueror's Blade game, which was the Western version of Dynasty Warriors. Releasing in 2010, the over-the-top battler game has you mow down hordes of enemies and hunt for the strong players. Unfortunately, it completely shut down in 2022. 137 Divillion. This was described as Diablo 3 meets an MMO, and now we know what that's actually like. Divillion looks better by comparison. Action MMO which released in 2015 and shut down 3 years later. 136 Ember Sword, an open-world sandbox crafting survival PvP MMO with a player-driven economy, and we've never had one of those before. Unfortunately, it's a crypto game. 135 Last Chaos. This is a 2006 MMORPG from our favourite gaming duo Area Games and GamerGo. It is extremely grindy, and GamerGo sold the rights about a year ago. And when even GamerGo gives up on something, you know it's been milked as much as milking allows. 134 Temtem. This is a kickstarted MMO about capturing creatures then battling with them. It looks and plays exactly like Pokemon, so we all need to agree to be cool and just not tell Nintendo this exists. 133 Dragon Nest. Not Dragon's Nest, no S, just Dragon Nest. Another fast-paced Korean fantasy MMO releasing in 2010, touting itself as the world's fastest PvP, and it might be, because it's still online. 132 Forsaken World. This is a Chinese action MMO similar to Perfect World, except while that game is perfect, this one is Forsaken. A mobile version released in 2020, then all versions shut down in 2022. 131 Dungeon Fighter Online. Releasing in 2005, DFO is one of the longest-running MMOs on this list and one of the most successful franchises, with over 800 million players since launch and a revenue of over $20 billion. It is massive in the East, but could never quite make it in the West, with Western servers shutting down in 2013. 130 Shroud of the Avatar. Richard Garriott made Ultima, then a few more Ultima games, then Ultima Online, which was amazing. Then he made Shroud of the Avatar.
It blows my mind there is this much variation in the list, though it does make it feel like people were making more subjective lists rather than objective, which I prefer. Yeah, no, that's right. You definitely can see like the broad strokes that some people paint these like genres with, for sure.
Forsaken Virtues, which proved that maybe he just got really lucky with Ultima. A hybrid single-player RPG with MMO function, Shroud of the Avatar Forsaken Virtues had player-owned and built towns, which led to garish buildings and garbled aesthetics. Famously, to raise money for this, Richard Garriott sold 5 vials of his actual blood on eBay. They shut the listings down because you're not allowed to do that, but then those 5 vials sold through the game's in-game shop. So 5 people, somewhere, could clone Richard Garriott. Please don't. 129 ArcAge 2.
Please
ArcAge
don't.
2 had a trailer, then nothing, then ArcAge Chronicles released, and we're all not sure if it is ArcAge 2 or an MMO, because advertisers use the letters MMO to mean anything remotely online. But goddamn top 10 lists just loved including ArcAge 2, so it's on this list as well. 128. Stars Reach. Stars Reach is an open-world sandbox gathering crafting MMO using that art style that they all use, but this one is sci-fi. It's promising all the things all the others promise, and it promises it will definitely release soon. Pinky promise, cross my heart and hope to die. Will it? Who knows? 127. World of the Living Dead. This is a text-based zombie survival MMO with a graphical interface. Played using menus and reading, interestingly it uses actual real-world map data for the in-game world, which was an interesting concept for the time, but it didn't have mass appeal and shut down in 2014. 126. Dungeon Runners. This was a third-person Diablo-style MMO focused on, as the name suggests, running dungeons. It was self-aware and satirical, releasing in 2007 and shutting down in 2010. You can find a few videos of people standing around saying their goodbyes as the shutdown happens, which is bittersweet. 125. Defend the Night. This was a dark fantasy indie MMO about defending yourself during said dangerous night. It somehow appeared on multiple top 10 videos despite not releasing. The last update from the devs was 4 years ago, so we can declare that it failed to defend itself and is indeed dead. 124. Granado Espada. Granado Barbado is a mid-2000s
Granado
MMO with a Western
Barbado.
European turn-of-the-century vibe where instead of controlling one character, you control 3. It's a really interesting real-world time period to set an MMO in, and the group gameplay had promise, but both of them end up being wasted. It's a potion chugfest, same as all the other games of this style. 123. Saga of Lucina.
Granado
Crowdfunded,
Barbado.
open world, survival,
above that?
gathering, crafting, old school, hardcore MMORPG. All words which, when used together at best, should raise some red flags, and at worst, spell doom for your game. Kira TV has an entire series of videos explaining why Saga of Lucemia and other games like it die. Please go and watch them. 122. Overwatch. Why is Overwatch on the list? Well, consult the chart. Overwatch featured in video 32, which is MMO Play's top 10 most anticipated MMOs of 2016, and in that video, it took the top spot. If you're ever wondering how much the media care about MMO reporting, the most anticipated MMO of 2016, according to an MMO channel, was Overwatch. 121. Justice Online, an extremely graphically impressive Chinese wushu MMO. Imagine Black Desert, but never actually releasing in the West. 120. Genshin Impact, one of the most successful RPGs ever, focusing on storyline, switching between a team of characters in combat with different elemental abilities and combining them together and then not eating Paimon. It's made approximately $1 Genshillion since release and will probably survive the heat death of the universe. 119. Odin Valhalla Rising. Odin Valhalla Rising is an open-world MMO set within Norse mythology. It's a mobile MMO and so, of course, has an auto-play and auto-battler feature, meaning if you don't want to play it, that's okay. You can watch as it plays itself, or you could, I don't know, download a game you do want to play. 118. Dune Awakening, a big-budget MMO set in the desert world of Arrakis, riding the wave of successful films. It's open world, gathering, crafting, build your base, and then walk without rhythm, and you won't attract the worm. Not out yet, expected early 2025. 117. Motor City Online. The crew before the crew was the crew. Buy classic cars, race them against other people. Launched in 2001, shut down in 2003. Many consider Need for Speed World
Dune MMO
spiritual
would actually be
successor,
kinda
but
cool.
even that went offline in 2015. 116. Repels, generic Korean MMO. Repels launched in 2006. Every major expansion it goes through is called an Epic, and amazingly, it's still online, currently on Epic 9.9. Hey, that's a rhyme. I'm a poet, and I didn't previously know this. 115. Atlas. Atlas was a pirate-themed open-world survival game about building ships and sailing the ocean blue while other players are trying to kill you, which is remarkably easy now because there
There's
aren't
an
any other
MMO
players trying
there's
to
a
do that.
One Piece
because
MMO
it
too.
officially shut down in 2024. 114. Fractured, a top-down Diablo-like hack-and-slash dynamic open-world sandbox PvP MMO, and my god, we've never had one of those before. The gimmick here was the karma system, which remembers bad things you do in-game and punishes you for it. 113. Worlds Adrift, a calming pirate MMO where you build...
I've watched the original movie, so I have a rudimentary understanding of what goes on and what the storyline is, I guess, but I'm not like a huge like nerd about the lore or whatever. But yeah, I think it would be a fun MMO for sure, though.
built an airship and sailed around. Made by Bossa Studios, famous for I Am Bread and Surgeon Simulator. Worlds Adrift unfortunately drifted off and shut down in 2019. 112. League of Legends. Why is this here? Consult the chart. Video 29. Again. This video has done irreparable damage to this ranking list, and this video has 600,000 views. This is why no one knows what an MMO is.
Yeah, no, he's not wrong.
111 Wonder. This was an
He's not
interesting
wrong.
MMO without combat, focused on wandering around a big island, changing form between human, bird, even tree. Just kind of vibing, really. Launched in 2015 and shut down in
I've never
2015
had
when
a-
it
had a
discovered
movie
that
club, but that
players
would
kind
be
of
cool.
like combat, and when you base your game around a mystery, people will just Wikipedia whatever the mystery was. 110 Core Punk, one of the newer games on the list.
I would enjoy having a group of friends that would meet, like, I don't know, once a month and pick an obscure movie to watch that others hadn't seen, but some of us had seen or something. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Was into one that you ran. That's fun. It could, maybe it's something. Hold on. Oh my goodness, chill out. Randomly pick 2 members, pick a movie, so each have 2 movies. Everyone has 2 weeks to watch the movies. Could be longer depending on what everyone had going on. Meet on Discord and talk about 2-3 hours. Yeah, no, that sounds fun, dude. What? Will you relax? Chill out. It's okay. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come on. I'm not gonna pick you up. I'm gonna rub your belly. Come here. Come on. Do I have Letterboxd? I don't think so. I don't think I know what that is, so I probably don't. But I can look into it. Letterboxd. So it's like movies you've seen, a social platform for sharing your taste in film. Okay, yeah, I'll make one. Definitely.
Top-down isometric action MMO, open world, PvP, mobile light, slower combat, and way slower health regen, so combat is more calculated. Takes pride in the whole not holding your hand approach, meaning brutal early game. Let's see how long it can hold a player base for. 109, Atlantica Online. This released in 2008 and looks like a classic
Looks like a
open
Titan
world
Knight
Eastern
Lizard
MMO,
almost.
but the overworld is based on the real world, and the combat system sends you into Final Fantasy-style
Sweet.
turn-based fights.
see
Originally
it.
owned by Nexon, ownership switched to the company Valov, and it is still going today. 108, Starbase. Starbase is what Yahtzee would call a dad game. Disassemble a space station, build a spaceship from the parts, learn the far too deep systems to do absolutely anything, and then try and fly away. Early access was released in 2021, and it's still in early access. 107, Aeon 2. Aeon 2 doesn't exist yet. It's on this list because other lists are so desperate for a new MMO, they keep hyping up games which don't yet exist. 106, Spiral Knights, a cute top-down puzzle platformer released in 2011 and still going strong, winning Best Online Game at the 2011 Game Developer
played
Choice
Aeon 1 a
Awards.
little
It does
bit. It
use
wasn't bad.
energy as an in-game premium currency, but it's mostly playable completely free. 105, Babylon's Fall. This is a co-op multiplayer action RPG, not an MMORPG. It released in 2022 to very poor reviews and shut down 11 months later, which must be some kind of record. Why is it on this list? Consult the chart. It scored 13 points from Video 72, which was top 15 MMORPGs 2021 and 2022, which means the video this game appeared on covered a longer time period than this game lasted for. 104, Second Life. Early MMORPGs relied on the
Remember that
novelty of
one.
being online chat rooms to make up for the lack of engaging gameplay mechanics, but Second Life fully embraces the chat room vibe. A virtual hangout destination with player-made worlds, player-made rooms, player-made clothes, and player-made everything, ultimately adding up to what could loosely be described as fun. Not a game as much as a culture. Even the devs remind people Second Life isn't a game, it has no conflict and no set objective, and yet is still somehow online. 103, Legend of Aria. This is the relaunch of Shards Online with enough changes to qualify as a new game. Ultimately the same core systems though. 102, Adventure Quest Worlds. Oh, Adventure Quest, my beloved. I adore this game, but it just never quite saw mainstream success. Launching in 2008 and bringing the world of Flash-based Artix games into the MMO landscape. Set in the world of Adventure Quest, but playing similar to Dragon Fable, light-hearted and fun, and somehow still going. 101, Neverwinter Nights. Not technically an MMORPG. Neverwinter Nights is more of an RPG toolkit made for the Neverwinter game. I've made a full replay and review over on my second channel, Josh Strife Plays. But enough people have used the toolkit to make permanent, persistent online servers with unique rule sets and MMO-style gameplay, which means it's more of an MMO than some other games on this list. Plus, it is still going. Finally, we reach the top 100 MMO games as chosen by Scientific Method. Remember, if you disagree with any of this, you're disagreeing with science. Kicking off the top 100, we have...
I just realized who he reminds me of. He's like very Matt Berry, if you know who that is.
Vindictus, a fast-paced action MMO released in 2010. Originally called Mabinogi Heroes, it is set in the same world as Mabinogi but focused on instant-based dungeon battles and over-the-top combat. Still online and still remarkably fun. 99, Project Ragnarok. Not to be confused with Ragnarok
Yeah.
Online. Project
Very
Ragnarok
much
is an
so.
action MMO based on Norse mythology. The trailer dropped in 2021 and it's still not out yet. 98, Identity. Identity was advertised as a modern-day open-world MMO with no levels and no grinding. What it actually was an
And I mean, it doesn't
overpromised
hurt that he's
scam.
got,
Go
like,
watch
the
Killer
British
TV's
accent,
excellent
too.
video covering the whole thing. It's insane. Perfect example of why you don't hype a game up and put it on a top 10 list until it actually launches. 97, Soul Worker Online. Soul Worker is an over-the-top, cel-shaded anime action MMO with super archetypical characters and perhaps the worst line in MMO history, one I cannot forget to this day. If you choose to play as the edgiest of edgelord protagonists, he says to the first female NPC he meets, The female figure is a feast I couldn't bear to forego. Could we arrange a date for dinner later? I haven't felt truly clean since playing this game. 96, Dark and Light, a 2006 MMO which died in 2008 and then returned in 2017 as a survival sandbox RPG. You could capture creatures by having players watch them for several real-world hours, which is difficult with no players. Still on Steam, still in early access, but we can safely say it's definitely dead. 95, Boundless. This is a child-friendly, chunky Minecraft-style survival MMO with open world and building, and you know the drill by now. Released in 2018, still online, but bleeding players.
Oh
94,
yeah, I have
World
that.
of Tanks.
I don't play
World
it.
of Tanks is like World of Warships, but with less ocean
played
and
it
more
once,
floor.
couldn't get
Imagine
into
taking
it, and
Disney's
then just
Cars,
didn't.
but instead of cars, it's tanks, and instead of Disney, it's war.
That's why
Advertised
it's on
at
that
you by every
list of
YouTuber, and still
that I looked
online.
on my Steam library
93,
earlier, but
Champions
I
Online,
glazed
a
over it because
legally
it's that
distinct
forgettable.
superhero MMO featuring non-copyright characters such as very good but not quite super.
Let's see. Let me see how many hours, how long I have on it. Boundless, right? Yeah, right here. 42 minutes. I spent playing this game before I was like, this is shit. I don't like it. I'm done.
Superman, Iron Guy, and Bartholomew No Parents, but his friends just call him Bat.
42
Remarkably fun
minutes.
and still online.
It's the
92,
answer to
Fallout
life,
76,
universe, and
taking
everything.
the most popular post-apocalyptic franchise and throwing it
It's the
online.
number of minutes
Fallout
I've played that
76
game.
famously launched with no NPCs because they were convinced they didn't need them.
Ashen,
Players
I
would
don't
fill in
know if
all
I've
of the
played that
roles,
one.
hunters, gatherers, quest givers, shopkeepers, and enemies. This was quickly changed, however, when someone realized it was a terrible idea.
Is it just called Ashen? Is it on Steam? Oh, there it is. Ashen. Action RPG about a wanderer in search of a place to call home. Looks interesting. Okay. Passively co-op multiplayer. Oh, the multiplayer of Journey. Oh, okay, alright, cool. I remember how Journey was multiplayer. Souls genre. So it's like Souls-based combat, kind of. Oh, it is actually a Souls-like. Straight up. Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. Similar to games. Dark Souls, Elden Ring. Yeah, okay. You said Drang liked it. Well, I might wishlist it and watch that price if it ever goes on sale. I don't know if 40 bucks is worth a mixed review game, but, you know, I know that the Steam reviews are taken with a grain of salt, but yeah. It looks cool. And I dig this idea of the passively co-op multiplayer. That seems very compelling. I remember how multiplayer was in Journey. Journey was fun. I'm assuming they're talking about the one that was on PlayStation. The like one where you're like going through the desert and you were like a you were some sort of creature. I couldn't remember. You kind of made a cloth or fabric or something. But you were kind of like not humanoid, but sort of humanoid-esque. I don't know. And you would go through it was like a platformer. But it was like multiplayer. You'd run into other people that were playing the game too. They'd be just like there running along the same path as you, and you could interact with them. I think that's what it's talking about. Because that's what it sounds like it's describing there, so. It sounds, you said it's one dev, huh? Oh yeah, Annapurna Interactive. I feel like I've seen that guy's name on other things. Oh, he's the guy they did Stray. Or they published Stray. They're not the developer of Stray. They're the developer. Oh no, the developer is A44. I feel like I've seen his name on something else. So I don't know why. It just seems really familiar. I mean, Annapurna is what I recognize. Actually, never mind. Not the A44. But yeah, I guess that's the developer. Okay, yeah. All right, makes sense. Cool. All right, back to the
A
video.
subscription service called Fallout First
I
was
have
added.
played
However,
this.
they forgot to buy the web domain Fallout
never got
First,
into
so
it.
somebody else bought it and linked it to a parody site mocking the game. Recently saw a huge player boost thanks to the success of the TV show, so it is still online. 91. Brighter Shores, the latest MMO from Andrew Gower, one of the original minds behind RuneScape. We can see Andrew just loves him some tiles. Still a new game, but in the top MMO already on account of actually existing and being quite good. 90. Age of Conan. This old MMO shows us what is best in life.
This one came out. This is okay. So now it's Conan Exiles. Is what the game eventually turned into. But at the time when it came out, it was touted as like the WoW killer. And I remember a bunch of my friends were playing WoW, went over and played it, and then they came back to WoW after like less than a year. So, and eventually I think it went free to play, and then pivoted into like the survival crafting genre, and then became Conan Exiles. But I think I might be completely wrong. It might have been two separate games. But I thought that's how it played out, because I feel like the Conan Exiles game used to be called Age of Conan. I'm not 100% certain, but maybe I should go look that up. But that's what I think. But I do remember this iteration of the game, and it was fun. It was more combat based, because Conan was like sword and sorcery and less high fantasy, so it's gonna have more of that in your face. Gritty, yeah, okay. I mean, I think that's how it went. Eventually, Age of Conan morphed into Conan Exiles. But yeah, it was fun, and I played Conan Exiles a little bit. But there's so many of those kind of games too, man, and it's like they're never like. I mean, yeah, you can sit there and spend like hours of your life doing it yourself and create stuff, but it's definitely better when you have like other people to play it with. But then there's so many of them, and everybody's playing the other one, and so it's like, yeah, well then, yeah, exactly.
A late 2000s game set in the brutal land of Hyboria, famous for allowing your character and many NPCs to be naked. An excellent opening tutorial section in Tortage leads into a vastly empty overworld. Still online, but probably won't last. 89. Dual Universe. Released in 2022, Dual Universe is a first-person sci-fi MMO all about gathering, crafting, building, and then flying around in space, asteroid mining, and then interplanetary
Well, then he said it was
warfare.
still online,
It's just a
so
shame that the
I'll
fun
have to
bits
look
of
that up
those
later.
are locked behind hours of the not fun bits of those. 88. Magic Legends. Magic the Gathering Legends was a very short-lived project, essentially reskinning a generic top-down Diablo-style hack-and-slash with Magic the Gathering characters and spells. However,
This
it had
one
almost nothing in common mechanically
was
with
fun.
the card game. Magic the
played
Gathering
this.
Legends released into beta in 2021 and shut
Yep.
down only 7 months later.
Yeah,
87.
It was,
The Division.
I played that one a little bit, and it was fun. But then it just died all of a sudden, and it never even got released. Like, I think it was still in early access.
Third-person shooter based on the Tom Clancy books. The Division released in 2016 and saw a successful sequel in 2019. The original is still online for now, but hasn't received an update in a while the second one has, so this original might not last that much longer. 86. Blue Protocol. Originally known as Project Sky Blue, this was one of the most anticipated big-budget Bandai Namco action MMOs of the last decade. But despite the massive hype, the Japanese servers will go offline in 2025, and the Western release, much to MMO Byte's chagrin, never even happened. 85. Embers Adrift, a new take on classic low fantasy. Embers Adrift seeks to capture the classic slow-paced RPG feeling in a big open world with the usual gathering and crafting elements, very grindy and very niche, and unfortunately because of its name, often getting confused between Ember Sword and Worlds Adrift. 84. Anarchy Online. This is a third-person sci-fi shooter MMORPG released all the way back in the ancient times of 2001. Going through several engine upgrades and multiple server mergers over its life,
I feel like I remember hearing about this, but never played
one
it.
of the longest-running and most successful MMORPGs ever. It's even considered very positive on Steam to this day. 83. Acheron's Call. This was the third mainstream 3D MMO ever, releasing in 1999, winning the Game Industry Award for Best All-Round Game, but unfortunately always playing third wheel to the titanic battle between Ultima Online and EverQuest. Acheron's Call remained online for 17 years before shutting down in 2017. 82. War Thunder, a massive free-to-play warfare simulator with planes, ships and tanks. Probably most famous for real players constantly leaking actual classified military documents onto the forums to prove to the devs that certain planes, ships or tanks need to be nerfed or buffed accordingly. Which means it's possibly the only MMO on this list which might be an actual threat to the national security of literally
That
everyone.
is actually hilarious.
81. Sea of Thieves. This game saw you and a bunch of friends take to the high seas as a jolly pirate crew, engage in thrilling boarding battles against other pirates, so load the flintlocks, question what to do with the drunken sailor, and then yo-ho and up she remains online. 80. Pirate 101, a child-friendly but surprisingly deep MMO released in 2012. Combat encounters switch to a top-down tactical grid-style minigame closer to Wakfu or Advanced Wars. It's still online, and I'm incredibly happy that it's ended up at this position on the list, because I can tell you one of my favourite pirate jokes. What did the pirate say to his mate on his 80th birthday? Aye, matey.
Oh my god.
Please like and subscribe.
Oh my god.
79. Cabal Online, a Korean MMO released back in
my
2005.
God.
One of the first to use the freemium model of being free but having an actual...
What did the pirate captain say to his first mate on his 80th birthday? I matey. I knew you would like that one.
cash shop with advantages in it, so of course it was massively pay to win. Cabal Online 2 launched in 2010 but died in 2018. The original, however, is still going strong. 78. Diablo Immortal. Do you guys not have phones? Releasing to middling reviews and extreme criticism of the egregious pay-to-win cash shop, which was even changed after release because the colours of the Eternal Crests were so predatory. Nominated for Mobile Game of the Year 2016 and thankfully didn't win because if it had, game companies would have learned the wrong lessons about game design. 77. Tibia. Releasing in 1997, Tibia is one of the longest-running MMORPGs ever. Top-down classic RPG with pixel graphics, lots of text, and the famous level 999 door, which was opened for the first time in 2017. You can find YouTube videos of this. It was honestly underwhelming. Tibia is still going strong. 76. Swords of Legend Online, an MMO version of the popular Chinese TV show Swords of Legend. Lots of hype, lovely graphics, terrible Western localization, and shut down in 2023, only 1 year after its Western release. Now, when I say terrible Western localization, I mean this level of voice acting.
Why have you come?
Hey? My big brother let me come here. At the end of the duel, you landed a powerful blow on my Tai Bai and Shenmai acupuncture points. Was it not your intention that I come to the peak of Tai Bai at the appointed time?
Sword techniques are easy to learn, but beautiful jade is seldom seen. These are my handwritten notes. Study them carefully.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
75. Darkfall. This was a
That was
full-loop
painful to
PvP
listen
MMO
to.
released back in 2009 and shut down in 2012. The sequel Darkfall Unholy Wars released in 2013 but died only 3 years later. Fondly remembered, but never made a mainstream splash. 74. Maple Story 2. There is a frequent theme with sequels never quite doing as well as the originals. Maple Story 2 is no exception. Releasing in 2015 and bringing a blocky third dimension to the popular Maple Story franchise, it lasted only 5 years and proved not every game needs to be 3D. 73. Warhammer 40k Eternal Crusade. Before we had Space Marine 2, we had Eternal Crusade. Originally pitched as a massive open-world, multi-planetary 40k MMO, it got reduced in scope repeatedly and eventually became a match-based arena shooter. Still fun, and still some of the best online 40k combat we had, but fell to the taint of chaos and shut down permanently in 2021.
Aw.
72. Arcade Chronicles. This was the working title of Arcade 2, which is already on the list. Stop changing the names of games mid-development. 71. Continent of the Ninth. Action MMO where you fight against the forces of the underworld. Released in 2012, usual Korean MMO stuff, third person, colourful and still online. 70. H1Z1. This is a strange game because there are now 2 games with that name. H1Z1 by Daybreak Studios, which just became Z1 Battle Royale, releasing in 2018, and the H1Z1 MMORPG, which changed its name to Just Survive, releasing in 2015 and being shut down in 2018. This rating is for the now dead MMO. 69. League of Angels. My anger at League of Angels being on this list at all is only calmed by the fact it did end up genuinely in position 69, which is nice. League of Angels is anti-art. It is an abomination to game design. It is overly sexualized and underly developed. Gaming as a whole would noticeably improve if we could take the source code for League of Angels and fire it into the sun. There are 5 League of Angels games, and if you ask me which specific game this rating refers to, the answer is I don't care. 68. Life is Feudal. This was a hardcore, low-fantasy survival MMO connected to the game Life is Feudal Your Own. That one was offline. This one is an MMO, with an opening voiceover by Sean Bean. It released in 2017 and then did the most Sean Bean thing it could do and die in 2021. The game then got bought by a new company, and they are trying to re-release it as a crypto NFT game. Hopefully it can just
Intergalactic 40k MMO, yeah, that would be
Tree of
sweet.
Savior, an absolutely beautiful Korean MMO. Tree of Savior, or Savior, both work, is a top-down hack-and-slash MMO with stunning art and quite good combat, but an incredibly egregious cash shop, still online and worth playing for the visual style alone. 66. Moonlight Blade, Eastern Martial Arts MMO, lovely graphics, but the PC release ties into the mobile release, so lots of loading screens and an autoplay feature, so another game that you don't have to play if you don't want to. 65. Project Gorgon, one of the more interesting MMOs on the list. Project Gorgon was made by a very small team focused on recapturing the classic, expansive, adventurous feel of games like EverQuest and Ultima. It's buy to play, which is unusual for an MMO, but has enough of a player base to be stable. And why not? You can play as a pig. 64. Tower of Fantasy. Stylized sci-fi gacha Tower of Fantasy hit the West hard with an aggressive marketing campaign and started as a decent game, but the self-titled Genshin Impact killer quickly burnt through a lot of the public goodwill it had with its extremely heavy cash shop. Still online, but losing steam. 63. Chrono Odyssey, another upcoming next-gen MMO. Chrono Odyssey is touted for a 2025 release. Enemy design looks genuinely creepy, gameplay looks smooth, but the eternal question for every new MMO ever, will it actually exist? Who knows? 62. Wizard 101, a child-friendly but actually very enjoyable and very funny MMO based around collecting magical cards and building a magical deck of spells. Wizard 101 released in 2008 and is still going strong. Smaller adventure zones with combat encounters pulling you into a magical circle of enemies and allies, and then a turn-based spell-slinging combat system. 61. Crimson Desert, an upcoming game from Pearl Abyss, the same people behind Black Desert Online. Not out yet, but apparently give Pearl Abyss enough time and they may make a desert for every single colour. 60. Skyforge, one of the stronger games on the list. Skyforge is a free-to-play action MMO with a nice fluid combat system where you are a forgotten god, and by answering the call of your dwindling faithful and completing instance-based missions for them, you regain faith and get stronger. That's really nice narrative framing for a level-up system. Releasing in 2015, it is still going. 59. Guild Wars 1. Not strictly an MMORPG, more of an online RPG with optional co-op. Guild Wars 1 is one of the best games on the list, possibly ever. Releasing back in 2005 and still online to this day, Guild Wars uses a Magic the Gathering-inspired combat system, where you have multiple skills but can only set them up while in a safe zone, and then must take on the adventure zone with whatever set you give yourself, like drawing your opening hand of cards in Magic the Gathering. Several expansions and the ability to turn your old characters into mercenaries companions for your new ones make Guild Wars 1 a game that every RPG fan should try. 58. Star Wars Galaxies. Probably the game I hear people wish for the most. Star Wars Galaxies was a massive galaxy-size Star Wars life sim MMO running from 2003 until 2011. Players could take on a variety of roles, but the game was ironically killed by the later inclusion of the Jedi class. Before this, everyone did their own thing, but to become a Jedi, you must perform a load of originally secret things. However, once those things were known, everyone became a Jedi. Non-combat classes became rare, the economy slowed down, and balance went out the window, because when everyone is special, no one is. Thankfully, Star Wars never made that mistake again, and every bit of media they've released since then has been absolutely perfect. 57. EverQuest Next. This was the production name of a game not at all related to the events of EverQuest 1 or 2, so you can imagine the confusion this caused. Next would be set in a world similar to, but not actually Norath, and follow a new story. It had the Landmark creation system, which itself would break away and become the standalone MMO Landmark. We've already seen that on this list. The EverQuest Next project was discontinued in 2016. 56. Allods Online, a colourful, chunky Russian, not World of Warcraft, with your standard tab target, combat quests and airship PvP. It's most commonly known as the game which made people play World of Warcraft. It's still online. 55. Mortal Online 2. This takes the open-world brutality of Mortal Online 1 and brings nicer graphics, a more fleshed-out crafting system, and a much bigger world. Priding itself on how unforgiving and brutal it is, Mortal Online 2 really wants the player base to live there. Focus on it, spend weeks building a base and then defend it in a bloody struggle against other people who have spent weeks amassing an army to take it over. So it's fun if you've got several weeks to spare and don't mind losing everything when you die. Very niche, but still online. 54. Chronicles of Illyria. Kira TV has an entire series of videos explaining exactly why Chronicles of Illyria shouldn't be anywhere near a top 10 MMO list. It should be a warning, a rallying cry of why you don't blindly support projects, and how trust me bro isn't a good design philosophy. Unfortunately for all the backers who believed in it, it's offline. 53. Lineage Eternal. So Lineage Eternal was the codename for a hack-and-slash action RPG which was meant to be related to the Lineage series but was then changed and renamed to Project TL, which itself was then renamed to Throne and Liberty. So Lineage Eternal and everything the videos discussing it were hoping for has changed so much the game no longer exists. We'll get to what Throne and Liberty actually became soon. 52. Trove, a procedurally generated, child-friendly pixel
Played this
platformer
one
with Minecraft-style building mechanics and actually quite impressive
It was
depth
pretty
in
fun.
the varied combat classes. Trove is good harmless fun and it runs on a potato, still online. 51. Tarisland. A couple of years ago, World of Warcraft actually closed down in China for a bit. During that window, Tencent released the replacement Tarisland. It's basically Chinese World of Warcraft. Same art style, same gameplay, same overall vibe. If you couldn't play World of Warcraft, which you couldn't, you could dive into Tarisland and instantly understand everything that was going on because that was literally the point of it. It has since had a global release and is still online. 50. Peria Chronicles, another anime-style sandbox MMO announced back in the mid-2010s. Peria Chronicles was meant to be a cross-platform anime action MMO and Minecraft hybrid. It had a beta test in 2019, then Nexon cancelled the project. 49. Wildstar. Another name I hear people lament the passing of. Wildstar was an aloof, quirky, zany, off-the-wall, self-aware and quite post-modern MMO set in a fantasy sci-fi retro-futuristic world. Mostly focused on very well-designed
Yeah, I missed out on
PvE
this one
bosses
too.
and more free-form movement with the parkour system, Wildstar released in 2014 and shut down only 4 years later, unfortunately taking the entire Carbine Studio design company with it. 48. Final Fantasy XI. Following the massive commercial success of
this
Final
is another
Fantasy
one that
X
I
on
never
PlayStation
played.
2, Square took their first foray into the MMO world of the Final Fantasy series with FF11. Releasing in 2002 and being the very first MMORPG ever to offer cross-platform play between the PlayStation 2 and Windows PC, it would then go on to be released on Xbox 360. Very successful, if not really annoying to actually buy and sign up for, the PlayStation 2 and Xbox servers closed in 2016. They were actually the last remaining online servers for any PlayStation 2 game. FF11 is still going today and shows no signs of shutting down. 47. PlanetSide 2. Fancy being dropped onto a massive planet-sized, never-ending PvP battle? Then PlanetSide 2 might be for you. Releasing in 2012 and still going, YouTuber The Spiffing Brit actually helped organise a battle which broke the record for single largest battle size, featuring 1,530 players and crashing the game. It resumed with a smaller but more stable amount of 1,240 players on the same server, all fighting at the same time. PlanetSide 2 is still online and will remain so until The Spiffing Brit decides to crash it again. 46. Elion. Originally named Ascent Infinite Realm and thankfully changing that name in development, Elion is a more modern action MMO released in 2020, a spiritual successor to Terra in many ways, and following the same fate as Terra, died in 2023. And you can't blame me for this one because I didn't make a video. 45. Revelations Online, a Chinese action MMO. Revelation Online released in 2015, bringing extremely
Never heard
over-the-top
of it.
characters and classes, massive weapons, jiggle physics. Welcome back, everyone. The
Yeah.
game was praised for its flying combat and massive PvP battles, but they couldn't save it, and it shut down in 2024. 44. Camelot Unchained, another Kickstarter MMO. Camelot Unchained was being led by Mark Jacobs, the guy behind original Dark Age of Camelot. Announced back in 2012 and focusing on realm versus realm PvP, much like the original Dark Age, it had 11 years of beta tests, update emails, and escalating promises, but still no game. To any budding game developer out there, public hype usually has a 6-month window. If you announce something, demand for it will reach fever pitch in 6 months before the public move on to something else. Camelot Unchained is now 13 years out and still no game. 43. Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. Another ambitious project from EverQuest visionary Brad McQuaid is Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. Unfortunately, that project involves the words Kickstarter, open world, and we need more funding, please. Pantheon has been hit by 2 major issues. The first was the saddening news of Brad McQuaid passing in 2019. The second is the constant feature creep, promising more and more and costing more and more. Meaning by the time one system even gets close to being finished, they've added another 2. Will Pantheon Rise of the Fallen have released when you watch this video? Will it release by the time I die? Will it be another scam or the best MMO in the world? Who knows? 42. Warhammer Online Age of Reckoning. I still haven't personally forgiven Games Workshop for killing Warhammer Fantasy with the End Times plot many years ago. Rest in peace, my Empire army. Although the old world is scratching my rank and file itch. Warhammer Online Age of Reckoning, cleverly abbreviated to just War, was a brutal realm versus realm third-person MMO where players worked on the side of either order or destruction. Releasing in 2008 and hitting 800,000 subscribers pretty quickly, that number dropped to 300k within months, which is still respectable. However, the game, like all niche things Games Workshop decide to try and do, lost support only 5 years later. The fan server Return of Reckoning has kept the game unofficially online and is still popular to this day, so let's not tell Games Workshop about that. 41. Ultima Online. Released back in 1997, Ultima Online was another cornerstone of the genre, an isometric top-down classic RPG set in a persistent world, one of the original open-world sandbox games. Led by the enigmatic Lord British Richard Garriott's in-game persona, Ultima was brutal even for the time. The game did have high-level computer-controlled enemies and dungeons, but the focus was on player interaction and player-created narratives. Friendships formed, rivalries grew, and the game got 10 expansions, with the latest in 2015. Ultima battled with EverQuest its entire life, and their rivalry pushed both of them and the genre itself to greater heights. Today, the original Ultima is still online, but the Ultima Online Outlands server, a more classic experience, is gaining popularity. 40. Maple Story. Side-scrolling Korean MMO.
Played this one a little bit, but I think everybody did at one point.
With a host of classes and loads of different skills. I personally enjoy playing as Kane, the edgiest edgelord who ever did lord over an edge. Releasing back in 2003 and generating over $3 billion in revenue so far, it's one of the most successful MMO franchises, the original even outliving its own sequel. Still online today. In fact, downloading MapleStory is one sign of a millennial midlife crisis. 39. DC Universe Online. Back to superheroes, but officially branded.
Gonna pause for the ad break to be over. Alright, welcome back from the ad break. Anybody who was stuck behind those, I paused and rewound it because I didn't realize an ad was happening, but here we go.
42. Warhammer Online Age of Reckoning. I still haven't personally forgiven Games Workshop for killing
I might have gone
Warhammer
back
Fantasy
further than I needed to.
Many years ago. Rest in peace, my Empire army. Although the old world
thank you,
is
sir.
scratching my rank and file itch.
Thank you
Warhammer
for the
Online
raid.
Age of
Welcome in, Raiders. I'm the worst player in the world, and we were playing some WoW, but then decided to watch this video about the ultimate MMO tier list, and it's been very informative, and we've been enjoying it. But welcome in, and feel free to say hi, and I'll say hi back. And let's get it back into this list. We're at number 42 out of 250, so counting down. Oh, what happened? You fucked up your back? Bro, you okay? Wait. So what were you playing? Oh, you fucked up your back externally of playing the game. I thought you had done it playing the game. I was like, what were you playing, like the Wii or something, or you swing the Wiimote? Oh, sciatic nerve. You're playing Skyrim. Oh, that sucks, man. I'm sorry, but yeah, Skyrim's great. You playing just how far are you? What kind of run you going? What kind of build you running? Is it Stealth Archer? It's always Stealth Archer, right? Khajiit and wooden sword. Alright, sweet. Well, I appreciate the rate, bro. We're gonna get back into this video. We're at number 42 out of 250. Counting them down.
Reckoning, cleverly abbreviated to just War, was a brutal realm versus realm third-person MMO where players worked on the side of either order or destruction. Releasing in 2008 and hitting 800,000 subscribers pretty quickly, that number dropped to 300k within months, which is still respectable. However, the game, like all niche things Games Workshop decide to try and do, lost support only 5 years later. The fan server Return of Reckoning has kept the game unofficially online and is still popular to this day, so let's not tell Games Workshop about that. 41. Ultima Online. Released back in 1997, Ultima Online was another cornerstone of the genre. An isometric top-down classic RPG set in a persistent world. One of the original open-world sandbox games. Led by the enigmatic Lord British Richard Garriott's in-game persona, Ultima was brutal even for the time. The game did have high-level computer-controlled enemies and dungeons, but the focus was on player interaction and player-created narratives. Friendships formed, rivalries grew, and the game got 10 expansions, with the latest in 2015. Ultima battled with EverQuest its entire life, and their rivalry pushed both of them and the genre itself to greater heights. Today, the original Ultima is still online, but the Ultima Online Outlands server, a more classic experience, is gaining popularity.
But the shit's running all over the place.
Story. Side-scrolling Korean
very
MMO
fast,
Maple Story
based
is a
on the
cutesy action
cooldowns.
fighter with a host of classes and loads of different skills. I personally enjoy playing as Kain, the edgiest edgelord who ever did lord over an edge. Releasing back in 2003 and generating over $3 billion in revenue so far, it's one of the most successful MMO franchises, the original even outliving its own sequel. Still online today. In fact, downloading MapleStory is one sign of a millennial midlife crisis. 39. DC Universe Online. Back to superheroes, but officially branded this time. DC Universe Online released back in 2011 and let the player create a superhero from a bunch of different choices, such as flame powers, electric powers, or the greatest superpower of all, not friendship, being born a billionaire. Still online today with a very positive rating on Steam, a healthy-sized player base, and because it's a superhero franchise, even if it did die, it could just come back to life a few issues later. 38. Rift. One of the greatest fictional characters of all time, Captain Jean-Luc Picard, once said, "It is possible to make no mistakes and still lose. That is not a weakness, that is life." I feel this sentiment almost applies to Rift, a fantasy sci-fi hybrid MMO released in 2011. Rift started the player in the future after a cataclysmic event, then sent them back in time to prevent said event, focused on groups of players battling giant rifts in reality. The gameplay was solid, the job system was interesting, the classes were varied, the humor was on point, so what happened? Well, Rift kicked off an aggressive advertising campaign with posters saying, "We're not in Azeroth anymore." Now, throwing shade at the biggest MMO in the world at the time may have seemed smart, but what it actually caused people to do was Google "what is Azeroth" and discover World of Warcraft, then play that instead. It could never quite pick up the momentum it needed to beat World of Warcraft and was acquired by MMO graveyard GamerGo in 2018. Rift is still online, but it's a shadow of its former self. 37. Runes of Magic. Here's a personal story.
Yeah, I remember
many years ago, my friend.
I played Rift during the periods of time when I couldn't play WoW because it was free to play. But it was cool. The graphics were great. The combat was very similar to WoW. The story was hard to get into, but that was also because I was coming from being familiar with the Warcraft story from all the way back from the Warcraft games themselves. So, you know, learning a new story was always And I never played it long enough because I'd always come back to playing WoW. So, yeah. But yeah, it was fun.
Friends and I all played RuneScape. We would come home from school or work and all log on at the same time. Then, when the evolution of combat happened, we all left RuneScape and had to find another game. They all went to World of Warcraft. I, however, went to a similar but lesser known game called Runes of Magic. So while I have a deep personal love for this game, I can look back and admit that my friends were right and I was less right. A World of Warcraft clone through and through, Runes of Magic is a
It's literally World of Warcraft. They copied and pasted the UI 100%. And even some of those action bars, even some of those action buttons. It's like the font from RuneScape, but the UI of WoW. Although it looks like they had as a base feature the coordinates, so that's cool.
Grindy pay-to-win MMO with an unfixable memory leak bug and a dwindling player base. It does, however, have a pretty cool song by the band Van Canto called
RuneScape
Magic
was
to
fun.
Warrior, so it's
My little brother was really
Still
into
online, somehow.
More so than me. I was playing WoW.
Dauntless.
He was playing
Another
RuneScape.
Not quite MMO, more online co-op action RPG.
Yeah, this one is it's a Monster Hunter clone. I played it a little bit. One of my friends was playing it on beta and had some beta keys, and I almost started playing it then, but then didn't. Plagiarism is the greatest form of flattery, or something like that. Yeah, you're right.
Dauntless released in 2019, so it's one of the newer games on the list.
It's free to play
Focusing
though, and it's
PvE,
on
you team up with
Epic
other
now, I
players, then
think.
go and hunt massive monsters. Kind of like an online version of Monster Hunter, and it very much captured that niche until Monster Hunter World released, then all the players went over there. Dauntless is still online and maintains a moderate-sized player base. 35, Destiny 2.
Yeah, because they had a bunch of people buy into it with Founders Packs at the beginning. And then went free to play. So that's how you get a bunch of people hooked into playing. Just getting those Founders Packs. Be like, hey, we'll give you these flashy cosmetic stuff. And you give us some money. I mean, if it works, it works. And it sounds like the last time I checked into it, it was still going pretty strong. So it sounds like the devs are doing a good job. So good for them.
Releasing back in 2017 on the PS4, Xbox and PC, Destiny 2 is more of a shared world first-person shooter with RPG elements and small instances that you grind again and again. Technically not a bad game, but has angered the community with several updates which actually removed content and added it to the Destiny vault. Playing any game for longer and getting less content is always a bad feeling. Still online and still successful. Just be aware the player base is passionate. And nobody hates Destiny 2 more than people who play Destiny 2. 34. The Secret World. One of my favourite games to play. How about an MMO set in the modern world focused on global conspiracies?
I have tried this one and didn't get into it enough to keep going. It seemed like it was sort of like a GTA clone, kind of, a little bit, but I don't know.
Shady government takeovers or occult organizations. The Secret World was part traditional MMO, part augmented reality game, with in-game quests needing players to read real-world books to get references, research real-world battles or monuments, or visit hidden websites and crack real codes to progress. The gameplay was solid, voice acting was above average, the modern setting and Lovecraftian mythological narrative connection was interesting for the time, but the augmented reality aspect didn't appeal to enough people. Launched in 2012, then relaunched in 2017 as The Secret World Legends, which is still online, but the community are crying out for a single-player version to release. Because the people who do like this game really like this game and don't want to lose it if it ever does go offline. 33. Dark Age of Camelot. Another one of the early MMO pioneers. Dark Age of Camelot focused on realm versus realm, player versus player clashes, set after the death of King Arthur with a more grounded, classical fantasy approach. Releasing back in 2001, the original servers could hold up to 20,000 players per world, which is still impressive to this day. However, they limited themselves to 4,000 for stability and to reduce player clutter in major cities. It was nominated for the 2002 Massive Multiplayer Game of the Year award, which it lost to The Sims Online. Dark Age of Camelot is still online today and still enjoyable, until the opponent discover the amazing power of spamming bows on bridges. 32. Phantasy Star Online 2. The Phantasy Star series started back in 1987 on the Sega Master System. I still have my Sega Master System from my
played this
childhood,
one.
and I'm really showing
This
my
one's
age
fun.
here. Phantasy Star Online 1 released in 2000, then Phantasy Star Universe in 2006, but it was Phantasy Star Online 2 which really hit the mainstream. 9 starting classes, 4 more advanced ones, and unlike the original which focused on linear, randomly generated dungeons, PSO2 has a more open world focus. It made over $1 billion and is still Phantasy Star Online 2. 31.
Yeah,
Path
it was
of
bland.
Exile. We're almost 220 games into the list. Still saying Exile. Not really an MMO, but still a damn good game. Path of Exile is what happens when some guys who really like Diablo thought they could make a better Diablo and just kind of didn't stop until they actually did. And then they kept going, and now we're all very worried about them because they cannot seem to stop making it. Released in 2013, Path of Exile has gone through time-limited events called Leagues, each league lasting a few months. I've always talked about quit moments in games. Leagues are designed as return moments. A top-down hack-and-slash RPG with about as many items as it has systems, it's still very much online. The sequel, Path of Exile 2, is in early access now. I'm enjoying it. They even sent me this cool puzzle box, which I'm sure is totally safe to open. 30. Perfect World, one of the most successful Chinese MMOs ever. Released back in 2005, Perfect World has seen 20 expansions and is still going strong today. However, there is another MMO being made called Perfect New World, and the name of the company making these games is Perfect World Games, so you'll be forgiven for getting them all a bit confused together. 29. Lineage 2. Released back in the ancient times of 2003, Lineage 2 is a prequel to the first Lineage. It then had its own prequel, Lineage 2 Revolution, released on mobile in 2016. Then it itself was remade for mobile and released as Lineage 2M in 2019. Because as much as we hate it, the future is mobile gaming. With over 100 million users since release, Lineage 2 was vastly successful and still online, actually outlasting the Western servers for Lineage 1, which was shut down in 2011. 28. Arcade Unchained. Another name change which confuses players. Arcade Unchained released in 2019 and was the same game as the original Arcade but wasn't free to play. You had to buy one of the 3 entry packs. But this was changed and now Arcade Unchained is a subscription game. Then they added the Arc Pass battle system. Then in 2023, Arcade Unchained was merged back into the original Arcade and is now just Arcade. Then 1 year later, the European and American servers shut down. So it is alive in the East only, known simply as Arcade. 27. Throne and Liberty. Here's another example of MMO name changes really messing with these results. Lineage Eternal was announced in 2011, a sequel to the Lineage franchise, but then in 2017 was rebranded to Project TL, then 5 years later in 2022 rebranded again to Throne and Liberty, and then 2 years after that released in 2024 and gained 3 million players in 1 week. A very successful launch, an Eastern hack-and-slash action MMO with stunning graphics. The recent roadmap announced one-man dungeons and 12-player raids coming soon.
Yeah, I haven't gotten around to trying this one yet, but it's on my list.
Throne and Liberty has more staying power than other Eastern action MMOs on this list. 26. Dungeons and Dragons Online, one of my personal favorites.
Yeah, this one I have played once upon a time back in the day for a very short period, and then I found Neverwinter and just played that instead. And then I found Lotro and just played that instead. And then I got back into WoW. So, but yeah, this one is still going. It's got a dedicated player base for sure.
Favorite designs in gaming. DDO is the best compromise between the freeform imagination of the tabletop system and the restrictions of an online video game. A classic third-person MMO released back in 2006, the level cap is remarkably low and new content gets released for all levels quite often, not just endgame. Because when you reach endgame, you're encouraged to reincarnate as a new character and a new class, gaining a small stacking buff every time you do, which allows you to level through a new starting adventure. Loads of classes and more player choice than most modern MMO games, DDO rolled a natural 20 and is still online. 25. EverQuest, the world's prettiest chat room. EverQuest, while not being the most well-known, is probably the most influential MMORPG of all time. Even if it wasn't the first,
I love how he
or
has
the last,
footage. Let's just point this out. I love how he has footage. All the gameplay we're seeing is him playing it in situations where he could. But that's cool that he actually went out and played the games too.
simplified and standardized the design we know today.
We're
it
on
is
top
the
25
foundations that
EverQuest.
many
Yeah,
of
hell
us
yeah.
have built off. Releasing back in 1999, it is
We're in the
not
home
only
stretch.
still online, but has received over 31 major expansions, with one every December since 2017. EverQuest now frequently launches time-locked progression servers where all players start with only the base game and expansions are unlocked for everyone
Hold on.
every
The kitties need food. All right. Top 25.
few months to recreate that feeling of progression. Or you've got Project 99, the game as it
Imagine
was
my wife
many
and kid
years
will be
ago
home
with
soon.
fewer quality of life updates. Slow, unforgiving, and immensely rewarding.
Gives his
I made
opinion
a
that
video
much more
called
weight since
I
he's
Played
posted
EverQuest
it.
for
Yeah,
100
definitely.
hours, should you? And after doing that, I have a deep respect for what EverQuest did and is still doing. 24. Warframe. Is Warframe an MMO is a question for the Tenno scholars. Is Warframe a fantastic fast-paced space ninja parkour shoot-'em-up with epic sweeping plotline is a question for the 26 million registered losers, and the answer is yes. Released back in 2013, Warframe is the gold standard for fast-paced fluid third-person action combat with lots of jumping, and one of the games I'm glad I discovered in my worst MMO ever series because it's always fun to run some quick levels. Still online? Probably will be for a while. 23. Bless Unleashed. It's time to unleash the Bless. Announced back in 2011 and known simply as Bless, it was a third-person action combat MMO originally published by Area Games. The Western
heard of
release
it.
was cancelled, so the developer NeoWiz self-published instead, renaming to Bless Online and launching in 2018. Then they decided to reboot the game and re-release as Bless Unleashed in 2020, which is just about still going. 22. Star Trek Online. Space, the Final Frontier.
about this
Made by
one.
Cryptic Studios, the same people behind Neverwinter Online, Star Trek Online is similar. You captain your own starship, travel to smaller dungeons, explore them, and kill things along the way. Launched in 2011 and still online today. It's a competent MMO, but as a classic Star Trek fan myself, I'd say it's missing the procedural competence of the next generation, or the raw sexual energy of the original series. 21. Aeon. Another NC Soft title. Aeon, the Tower of Eternity, mostly just known as Aeon, is another Korean action MMO launched in 2008. It was one of the largest MMO launches ever, over 1 million players within 4 days, and the game made $30 million in only a few months. Aeon was mostly about players joining opposing legions for battleground PvP, joined by their legions NPC soldiers for a kind of PvPvE, and it's still online. 20. Star Citizen. Probably one of the most ambitious video games ever announced with a price
You mean Store Citizen?
tag to match. Star Citizen started as the idea of a galaxy-sized
Yeah,
space
you said those
sim,
two.
and
Those two are
recently
different
became
than
the
this
most
one.
expensive video
Because
game
this is just
ever,
his
with
main
development
video
costs
channel, I
soaring
guess.
past 400 million and capital raised hitting 750 million, $750 million, eclipsing second place Grand Theft Auto 5 at a paltry 270 million. You can buy ships in the game for lots of real-world money that they promise will eventually be released because Star Citizen is still being made. And until they stop adding features, which they don't seem to be doing anytime soon, it will continue to be made forever. For the amount of money they have raised, they could have built an actual spaceship by now. Not out yet. Let's see how well this video ages. 19. Crowfall. You know what we don't have enough of? Smaller developers raising millions of dollars on Kickstarter by promising an incredibly ambitious niche new MMORPG using some new gimmick like a real-time strategy campaign, then taking said money, delaying the game, finally releasing a disappointing mess, and then shutting down only 1 year later. Anyway, here's Crowfall. 18. Terra. One of the first MMOs I apparently killed, and after getting a taste for blood, I've gone on to kill many more. Terra, the exiled realm of Arborea, was a super fast action combat MMO with over-the-top Eastern archetypes, such as the massive muscular warrior using a literal lance as a weapon, the slim and svelte lady with a gun larger than her, or just a child. Over the years, it became a mess of aesthetics. The monster and environment designs were awesomely over-the-top, but the cosmetics were garish and immersion-breaking, including a tiny police car you could drive around in or a collaboration with Attack on Titan, bringing the omnidirectional mobility gear. Terra, released in 2011, saw success, got renamed to Terra Rising in 2013 when it went free-to-play, then the PC server shut down in 2022. It's still alive on console, and I'm sure that final remaining player really appreciates that. 17. Ashes of Creation. Another Kickstarter MMO promising to bring back the glory days. Ashes of Creation has found more success than most
it's still in, like,
hype alone,
early
but
access.
hype can be a fickle mistress. Raising over $3 million on Kickstarter, it promises a player-driven world-building idea. Guilds taking over cities, players defending or assaulting nodes to access their power,
Pirate
settlements
Software's been playing
creeping
this
into the
one a bunch.
wilds, and roaming bands of NPC enemies potentially taking back the player territory for themselves. Announced in 2016 and having several public alphas since, it's still not released and still promising the world. 16. World of Warcraft Classic. You think you do, but you don't. But it turns out you actually did. World of Warcraft is quite a popular game, but with every expansion, people say it drifts further and further from what made it great in the first place. So after Blizzard spent years...
Wait, hold on.
Cities, players defending or assaulting nodes to access their
This is
power,
excellent from a fit,
settlements
so
creeping into the wilds,
16?
and roaming bands of NPC enemies potentially taking back the player
16?
territory for themselves. Announced in 2016 and having several...
You mean to
public
tell me there's 15 objectively better MMOs than WoW Classic? I call bullshit.
since
We'll have
it's
to see.
still not released and
We'll
still
have to see.
promising the world. 16. World of Warcraft Classic. You think you
16.
do, but you don't. But it turns out you actually did. World of Warcraft is quite a popular game, but with every expansion, people say it drifts further.
You heard what he said there?
And having several public alphas since Classic. You think you do, but you don't.
That's what some Blizzard exec said at the Warlords of Draenor announcement. And one of the people asked, are you ever going to make... Essentially, I don't remember how he worded it, but he was essentially asking if they were ever going to make Classic a playable thing, like, for people if they wanted to play that version of the game. And he was like, you don't want that. You think you do, but you don't. And it was completely just tone deaf to, and away from the pulse of what the gamers wanted. And just like a prime example of when Blizzard was just like, had its head up its ass. There's plenty of examples of that, but that was one of my favorite ones. And I love how you referenced it by saying that line.
The world. 16. World of Warcraft Classic. You think you do, but you don't.
You think you do, but you don't. Like, what the fuck? Tell me I don't. I think I do, but shut the fuck up, dude. And that dude is... I don't know. I'm going to look up at some point in time maybe to see if I remember this later. See what his reaction is now that WoW Classic has been as successful as it has been. And I want to hear what he has to say about that.
Turns out you actually did. World of Warcraft is quite a popular game, but with every expansion, people say it drifts further and further from what made it great in the first place. So after Blizzard spent years telling people they don't want the game as they remembered it, They released the game as they remembered it, and players loved it and played it a lot. World of Warcraft Classic has slowly added back in the classic expansions, the Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King. Then they realized they were making the same mistakes as before, so following the same formula as EverQuest's time-locked progression servers, we're now getting WoW Classic Classic, an endless cycle of relaunching the same game again and again and again and again and again. 15. Blade and Soul, another classic Chinese wushu-themed action
He
MMO.
makes it
Blade
sound
and
worse
Soul
than it
released in
is, but
2012
it's
and lets
fun,
players
man.
explore a vast and rather beautiful landscape, defeating enemies with the combo system where you chain various abilities together to create new combinations. So successful it got a TV series adaptation in 2014 and then a mobile game, Blade and Soul Revolution, in 2018. Still online and still doing very well in the East. 14. RuneScape 3. Back in 2012, RuneScape released the Evolution of Combat update, changing the classic, well-loved click-and-wait combat style into a new exciting mess of abilities,
But better than
cooldowns,
WoW
hotbars,
Classic?
and
I don't
status
know.
effects, and it was bad, and lots of players left. But now the Evolution of Combat system has been in the game longer
I don't
than
agree with
it
anything
hasn't.
above this
and
list.
in 13 years, they've had enough time to build on the strengths of the system, and RuneScape 3 is actually really good. With the new necromancy skill,
So far,
an
at
epic
least.
storyline following the God Wars and multiverse-level threats, elite skills, and loads of new locations added, playing as an Iron Man allowing you to focus on self-sufficiency through gathering and crafting, combined with the gathering and crafting reworks, RuneScape is still tainted by the mistakes of the past, but give it some time and you'll find a solid MMO. I still consider RuneScape 3 the gold standard for quests and storytelling within an MMORPG, and the Needle Skips is potentially one of the most emotional quests I've ever played. Just try to ignore the cash shop, which is difficult because my god do they make you look at it a lot. 13. Lord of the Rings Online. The MMO landscape is changing.
Alright, this
I
one I'll
feel it in
agree
the
with.
water. Much that once
Ranking
was
it
is
above
lost,
WoW Classic.
None now live who remember it. Lord of the Rings Online is the incredibly well-made MMO set in Middle-earth. You don't play as the Fellowship, but instead hear about their journey through tales and complete quests which help them in related ways. Boasting one of the largest connected overworld maps ever, you can literally walk from the Shire to Mordor, proving Sean Bean wrong. Very new player friendly and still very online. 12. Neverwinter Online. I started my YouTube career many years ago making
Played
guides
this one.
for Neverwinter Online, a third-person action MMO launching in 2013. Set in the Dungeons & Dragons Forgotten Realms universe, you likely know that place from Baldur's Gate 3. Neverwinter focused on action and combat over everything else. You'd start by helping Lord Neverember take back the city from the Nasher gang and then become a demigod-slaying hero of time. Expansion packs related to classic stories from the history of D&D took players to the Feywild, the Underdark, Icewind Dale, or the multiverse of Spelljammer. Neverwinter also released with one of my favourite MMO things ever, The Foundry, a player creation toolkit where budding game designers could make their own environments, enemies, combat encounters, and quests, set within self-contained worlds that you could teleport to, and then players could take on those quests. I've played through player-made Lovecraftian horror quests, detective noir quests, even a sci-fi spy spoof. Some of these quests are the best things I've played in any MMO, but The Foundry
That's
was
interesting.
eventually taken offline. Then
Aw.
content like dungeons and raids were removed from the main game, and then the combat was slowed down. And Neverwinter, while still fun, isn't the action MMO powerhouse it used to be. 11. New World. Amazon clearly saw how much money World of Warcraft
No.
was making in the late 2000s.
This is not
so
better than
only a
WoW
decade
Classic.
later, in
Sorry, New World?
2021, They released
Okay,
New World,
but
hyped up for months as the first new IP
just was
big
done
budget
bad.
MMO from a big publisher. New World released as a buggy, broken mess. Trading and duping exploits with the auction house, infinite health exploits by just playing in windowed mode and moving the window around, and the in-game chat box not being sanitized and accepting HTML input, allowing you to run rudimentary in-game code on any other player who could see what you were typing, such as calling up the image of a sausage held in the game files, but really big, or as we discovered, displaying a tiny white box above your own character's head, but make it so large that it fills everyone else's screen. We called this the Flashbang and won a lot of PvP with it. These things caused the game to release to over 900,000 players and then plummet down to around 20,000 daily, which is still a respectable number for a smaller MMO, but New World
I didn't even experience a lot of that stuff because all I did was run around and just like gather stuff and level up gathering skills. Yeah, no, this isn't his subjective list. He's just laying out the data. Take the anger out on the sources. You're right.
didn't want to be
You're
a
right.
smaller MMO. The exploits were eventually patched, but the damage had been done. The game has now seen a few expansions, and maybe, like RuneScape, it will redeem itself in a few years. 10. Albion Online. Kicking off the top 10 with a shining example of a player-driven PvP Kickstarter MMO actually succeeding. Albion Online is a top-down hack-and-slash MMO about grinding skills, gathering materials,
Yeah, I never
crafting
played
armor
this
and
one
weapons,
either.
then going into the dangerous world and fighting other players, dying because you got ganked by a team, losing everything, and then starting all over again. Releasing in 2017 after a very successful Kickstarter campaign, Albion Online allows players and guilds to take control of cities, then set taxation on other players using the amenities within those cities like blacksmiths or lumber yards. The entire point of Albion Online is to be temporary. The low to mid-level resources are safe from PvP, but the rare resources exist in the dangerous zones. So build your arsenal, gather a team, go and get them, die, try again. No classes, you can switch out weapons at any time, which changes the skills you use, and a massive skill tree allows you to specialize in lots of things. It's also seen a mobile port, which is very
It's a
good,
very
and the
big
whole
skill
game
tree.
is still online. 9.
It's intimidating
EVE
skill tree.
Online. It's time for spreadsheets in space.
Oh, yeah.
EVE Online is an anomaly
All right.
in the MMO space. Niche
I
yet
guess
popular,
I'll
a slow-paced
concede
but
this one
incredibly
because
quick, expansive space sim with
it is
everything
very
from
well-
asteroid
very
mining to
well
more
loved.
asteroid mining to sometimes even asteroid mining, and occasionally
I
massive
understand its placement.
multi-million-pound space battles with hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of ships and the premium currency Plex genuinely being lost.
Never
EVE
got
is a
into
game
it,
which
but
knows
I
its
get it.
audience, and despite its immense popularity, is still considered somewhat niche. It's sometimes better to read about the insane events happening within EVE than to try to play it. Alliances, treaties, spies, rivalries, betrayals, and one of the most famous in-game players being a peace negotiator between some massive factions. EVE is sometimes Star Trek The Next Gen, sometimes Battlestar Galactica, and sometimes Red Dwarf, but it's mostly spreadsheets tracking all of the above. Seriously, there's an official Microsoft Excel EVE add-on. Of course, it's still online. If it ever went offline, it would be tracked in hundreds of thousands of spreadsheets. 8. Old school RuneScape. Proving you don't need cutting-edge graphics or flashy combat, everyone's favorite childhood medieval clicking simulator sits firmly in the top 10. Old school RuneScape was Jagex responding to the player
All
base
right.
pushing back against the modern changes
All
RuneScape
right.
had been making recently. And Old School released
We're
in
gonna say
2013.
Old School
It was a
RuneScape's better
snapshot
than
of the
WoW
game
Classic.
as it was in 2007, which is why the subreddit is called 2007scape. It has since become the most popular version of the game, gaining its
I
own
get it,
development
though.
team and brand new quests and storylines. A personal
I
favorite,
understand the
Old School
placement.
RuneScape also released a mobile client in 2018, which plays exactly the same game but on mobile, so you have no excuse to have low agility. Just tap while watching Netflix, like the rest of us do. 7. Star Wars: The Old Republic. Not the
This
first
one's
attempt at
fun.
a Star Wars MMO, but
This one's a
definitely
lot of
the most
fun.
successful. The Old Republic was made by
Definitely.
BioWare and launched back in 2011. The last mainstream Star Wars
Yeah.
film to launch before this was Revenge
And
of
it's
the
free to
Sith in
play,
2005. So the game
which
wasn't
helps.
exactly riding a marketing wave. Also, that
It
was
does
the last
have
Star
a-
Wars film
does
I
have,
actually
like, it's
saw.
free to
The Old
play, so
Republic
there's, like, a
MMO
cash
takes place
shop,
canonically
but,
300 years
you know,
after the events of the Knights of the Old
it's pretty
Republic
fun.
single-player RPG games. It lets players pick a class and then play through a different, fleshed-out and well-voice-acted story for every single class, giving it huge replayability and making the Old Republic a legitimately good RPG in its own right.
Yeah.
Still online and still doing very well. 6. Lost Ark. The game I get the most messages to play. Lost Ark released in 2019
Yeah, I
and came
played-
to the West in
I played this one religiously when it came out. For the first month, I was pretty hyped on its release. And then I just sort of the end game was too much of a grind. In order to progress, you had to gather all this material that took a long time to gather, and then in order to progress, you would basically gamble all of that material on a chance to progress further, and more often than not, you would not progress further. And so it was just like, really? That's what you guys are expecting us to do? I mean, it's like I hadn't invested anything into it. You taste my salt. Yeah. I hadn't invested anything in it, really. I didn't spend any money on it. I just played the free-to-play when it launched. And I was watching a bunch of streamers and got some drops, and they had a battle pass, but it was sort of it was like a monthly login reward thing, a daily login reward type situation calendar, and So I was like, oh, you can, and they gave away mounts on that. I was like, oh shit, she can get mounts. So I played it like religiously every day for like 2 months, and then got to the end game part and was like, this is way too much of a grind. I'm not into that. But yeah, it was fun. It's like Diablo, but an MMO.
2022. The fanboys get mad if you call it a Korean Diablo, so Lost Ark is a Korean Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. Top-down hack-and-slash RPG with gathering and crafting and absolutely no bots. Don't go to the fishing spots, just trust me, bro. Still, one of the most played games on Steam. 5. Black Desert Online. Blowing people away with its character creator alone, Black Desert Online is a sandbox action MMO releasing in 2016. Players can train life skills, build houses, kill millions upon millions of enemy mobs to earn the chance to risk a small upgrade to their weapon, or potentially gain a tiny boost, or break the whole thing and wish they'd paid not to do that. Black Desert Online does have PvP.
It's interesting that he says that and doesn't bring up that that's exactly, he just exactly described the endgame progression of Lost Ark as well.
And is considered one of the grindiest, most pay-to-win games out there. Hardcore fans will insist it's not pay-to-win because you can pay thousands of dollars and still lose, and honestly, that just sounds worse. Of course, it's still online. 4. The Elder Scrolls Online. The Elder Scrolls series is known for incredibly memorable opening lines.
Coming up on the number 3 spot.
Daggerfall. Wake up. I heard them say
Top 3.
Morrowind. Hey you, you're finally awake. Of Skyrim. Or the latest. Wait, what do you mean I can't use the crafting bag?
We taking bets on if WoW's going to be number 1. I say WoW's going to be number 1.
Without ESO Plus of The Elder Scrolls Online. ESO is a massive MMO set in the fantasy world of Tamriel. Releasing in 2014, you choose one of 3 factions, then play
if it's based on sheer data of mentioning and everything like that, then it's just going to be objectively likely that it's WoW is the number 1 spot, I'm pretty sure.
3 actually quite massive storylines, featuring the amazing voice talents of John Cleese, Bill Nye, Kate Beckinsale, Jennifer Hale, Michael Gambon, Malcolm McDowell, and many more. The Elder Scrolls Online amazes me personally in its ability to anger the entire player base. Repeatedly, with floaty combat, egregious monetization, repetitive dungeons, have very little content made around it, and yet still maintain a massive and dedicated player base. Still, very online. 3. Guild Wars 2, one of my favourite MMOs, breaking the curse of a sequel never being as good as the original, launching back in 2012.
Number 2, number 1, boys.
Focuses on horizontal progression instead of vertical, meaning once you've got the best equipment.
If number 2 is WoW, they're going to have a damn good reason for number 1 being what it is.
Focusing on your fashion, which, as we all know, is the true endgame. All the usual MMO things of combat, dungeons, and quests, but with added jumping puzzles, rewards for exploration, and legendary items which take months to craft and look very, very cool. Guild Wars 2 has a free trial the size of the entire base game, and then it's buy once, play forever. Probably one of the best value games on this list. So we're finally here. The top 2 MMOs, objectively sort of, ordered out of 250 games by a science-backed...
I knew it was going to come down. I didn't think about it, but it's the only logical choice for the other one vying for the number 1 spot. It's either World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV, obviously. So, here we go. The last 4 minutes, last 3 minutes.
Sort of system.
3.5.
Over 100 MMO ranking videos, all combined, multiple articles, weeks of work, and it's all come down to this, and you knew it would. Regular viewers will know my love for one of these 2 games more than the other. So I want to make it clear I did not plan this. And all the data and all the points and all the scoring can be double-checked.
It's Final Fantasy XIV is the number 1, apparently.
In second place, we have a perfect tie.
Are you kidding me? They tied. Okay.
When I added up all of the points from this system, both World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV scored 493 points each. In the immortal words of Brass Eye, this is the one thing I didn't want to happen. World of Warcraft, the absolute behemoth, releasing back in 2004 and being so successful it warped the genre to it. And Final Fantasy XIV, releasing in such a broken state it literally blew up its own world, started again as a Realm Reborn, and was still successful enough to reach the top spot again. This battle is the modern-day Ultima versus EverQuest. It is pushing the genre forward faster than ever, and we're probably in for a few more years of intense rivalry. World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV are both incredible games, and they are absolutely perfectly balanced within this system. But that still means they are joint second. So the top spot of objectively the best MMO ever goes to whatever game you like playing. And it seems cheesy, but the data actually proves it. People feel they need to choose a popular MMO instead of one they personally enjoy. Content creators like me are entertainers. These videos are for entertainment purposes. We are not the arbiters of quality or the gatekeepers telling you which game you should or shouldn't play, and which game you should feel bad for enjoying. Use videos like these to gather data and expand your gaming knowledge, but don't use them as an all-knowing answer to what you should do with your time. MMORPGs are long-term games, and no one wants to willingly invest in something they know will die, but millions of people have invested millions of collective hours into games which unfortunately did die. And while seeing a game you love or a place you've lived in shut down is devastating, it doesn't make the fun you had in it or the friends you made through it any less real, valuable, or meaningful to you. It is a true fact of all good narratives that not all journeys last forever. And that is okay. Sometimes you set out to save the world and you succeed, like I did with Otherland. It's bittersweet that it's gone, but we can take solace and smile in the fact that because of our collective actions, it went complete. Find a game you like and play it. Speak to others playing it, make friends, make memories, and enjoy your favorite MMORPG as best you can, because you never know when it will be gone for good. This video genuinely did take me months to make, and I did watch all of these other videos and note down all the placings and make this massive chart. It took far too long and it was inefficient, but ultimately this is an entertainment video. Don't let content creators like me tell you which game you should like. It's your gaming time, not mine. Play what makes you happy.
Well said.
Thank you very much for watching.
I like his collection of coffee cups
all
at the
the
bottom.
amazing creators who worked tirelessly over the years to bring MMORPG content to us, and to the amazing people who support me on Patreon and Twitch, allowing me to make super long videos like this. You can support this channel from only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to our Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, and our Discord. And whatever MMO you play, have a great day.
That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that a lot, guys. Oh. We were away so long we got disconnected. Oh, we're updating. Oh, we're updated. It's all done. Well, thank you for recommending that video. That was a cool. That was a cool. It's a cool watch. I enjoyed it. All right, man. It was good chilling. It was good watching that video with you. I'll catch you around. Have a good night, bud. Love to the fam. And we are going to get back into Beefcakes' journey through Mulgore. You too, bud. Bagnon might be updated or outdated. Alright, well, let's go here. No, I don't think it's Bagnon. I think that's not true. I think he's lying to you. Oh, wait, hold on. No. No, he was lying to you. The pop-up said that so-and-so some player reported that they had or their client had reported they had a different version of an add-on that was more updated. I'm like, what? I had to see if I needed an update. Do need to change one thing. I don't know why he keeps doing this. Oh, but then it fixes itself when he gets in here. That's what it used to look like back in the day. That's funny. That's what it used to look like on the old screen. Everything was big. Back when I used to play, this was the whole width of the screen, the bottom screen. There was none of this extra space on the sides. Alright. Let's move some of this shit around. Turn some quests in. Alright, we gonna train some spells. We gonna train some spells. Guinea. Okay, should be taking Tangler. Yeah, we'll take a Tangler. We'll take the healing touch. What else can I get? That's it? Okay.
Ancestors watch over you.
Alright. You know what else I need to do? I don't want to see the action bars if there's nothing in them. I'd prefer it to be like that. I forgot. I always forget that I like it like that. Well, I mean, why are you not telling me to do this? Because it's right here. So what's the point? Really? I mean, not turning that quest in for efficiency's sake. Yo! Rye, what is up? I hate that it's called WoW Classic. It makes me feel old as fuck. Yeah, it does. And yes, this is a Signs of the Swarm shirt. Hold on. I'll get this get the full picture. So, in case you couldn't tell, that is Hopper from A Bug's Life. And Heimlich and the princess ant are smoking weed out of him. And on the back, I don't know if you can see it, but it says amongst the low and empty, but they crossed out low and wrote high. But yeah, Signs of the Swarm. Love these guys. Went and saw them when they came through my town a couple months back. And my roommates got me the shirt. But yeah, good eye. Good eye on recognizing that logo. Theirs, I guess, is kind of like noticeable if you're familiar with it. You know what to look for. You recognize it. It's like, oh yeah, I know the angles of that of the hooks and the way that they incorporate the wing into the design as well, and the antennae. Yeah, these guys are sweet. I got a picture with the drummer when they came through, so that was fun. Oh wait, she wants me to talk to the innkeeper.
Looking for something special?
Yes, I am.
Wind be at your back.
I thought I already cleansed the well. Oh, yeah. Well, did you see my shirt? It is, in fact, signs of the swarm. And if you look, can you tell who this is? That's Hopper from A Bug's Life. And over here we got Heimlich and the princess. And they are using him as a bong. Did I show you the back? Did you? I don't know what you missed. Did check the back out. Hopefully I'm gonna stand correctly. Okay, so it says amongst the low and empty, but low is scratched out and it says high. Well, I'm happy to show you again. Cool shirt. Roommates got it for me when we went to go see them a couple months ago. I don't remember how long ago it was. It was a while ago, I think, actually. But yeah, we went to see them. They came through town with who were they playing with? Dude, I can't even remember now who else they were playing with. I was just stoked to go see Signs of the Swarm. But yeah, I love the colors. It's so just like bright and neon and shit. And then it's the blatant copyright infringement on Disney. Everything about it is great. Sorry, I just blew everybody's eardrums out by coughing right into my microphone. Apologies. But yeah. Oh, we're on an ad break. Alright. I'm gonna hold off. Or maybe the ad break is over. I don't know. No, I think the ad break's probably over. I don't know. I'm just walking to a well. Nobody's missing anything. Okay, cool. Because I know they're... Yeah, Twitch is weird as far as like when I'm streaming through OBS. Like it'll say like ad break ending in like 5 seconds, but it'll allow it like 1 minute and 5 seconds, but it'll allow me to dismiss it, and then it'll just go away. And then I swear sometimes it'll say ad break starting in 30 seconds, and then that 30-second timer will run out, and then it'll be like your viewers are back. I'm like, what are you talking about? Go home, OBS. You're drunk. I don't know, but I do know also that like Twitch ads are region based. Like, because I'll watch Pirate Software, and when he runs ads, he stops streaming, or he doesn't stop streaming, but he stops doing whatever what is that he was doing, and plays a picture of Jeff Bezos come up on the screen, and like just makes a funny face. You went and saw Lorna, Whitechapel, and Kublai Khan a few months ago. That's sweet. I have never seen Whitechapel, but I have seen Lorna Shore. I saw them with Mastodon and Gojira Also with the same people that I went and saw Signs of the Swarm with. That was a good show. Will Ramos is crazy. The stuff that dude can do with his voice is ridiculous. I would love to see Brand of Sacrifice, that's for sure. They're great. I love me some Brand of Sacrifice. I don't think I've ever listened to Boundaries, but I have heard a few Body Snatcher songs. I should probably get on that. Boundaries. I'll look them up. Hey, man, I don't appreciate you shooting me like that. I'm not supposed to have to heal. You're just supposed to die. You can put that gun away before you hurt somebody. I assume that they're on the Spotify. I can check them out there, most likely. Nope, I don't want to do that when he's looking at him. Alright, I'm just going to come over here and pick this one off. It's hardcore. I gotta be really freaking tactical. One life to live. Those guys are too close for my comfort. I don't appreciate it. Can you like come over this way just a little bit? Like if I attack him right now, I'll aggro the other one for sure. Now, if he walks over here, like now, maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, sweet. He was far enough away. Yeah. I've lost 2 tunes so far. One at 13 to the Undercity elevator. And one at 24 to some crazy mob in Stone Talon Mountains in the back of a cave full of, I think it was trogs? I can't remember what the hell they were. I'm also running no buffs right now. I'm stupid. Not even buffing myself. I don't know why I just did that. I meant to hit F. Alright, I think we're close enough. I can go up here and cleanse the totem. And I gotta go find some tools and break them. But yeah, second guy I was really invested in. I got him all the way up to 23, 24. He was a priest, undead. His name was Mr. Dumpling. I had him as a tailor, enchanter. And I had not gotten too much progress done on the professions, but enough where I had done what I felt like was a lot. And I mean, level 24 is like is a big time sink. That's like tens of hours at least. If it wasn't like 50 hours. I think it was probably like maybe at least 20 to 30 hours of my life just gone. Can't get it back. Haven't played this game since before Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah, I've been off and on playing it since ever. Well, since it's been out. Took a break after Lich King. I explained this to Golem earlier, but my account had gotten hacked right at the end of Lich King, and it caused me to quit until the end of Pandaria. I came back for the tail end of that and playing. Started with Draenor basically as my first new expansion. We're gonna go smash some picks at a forge, apparently. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, what's with the quietness right now? Like, can we just keep the music going? Like, why do we need? Do we not know where the play button is to move the track forward, or it's because we're far enough away from a settlement or something? I wonder if that is like built into the game, maybe to make you feel more isolated. It just gets quieter. I don't know. Well, there's the things we need to kill. We gotta go kill dwarves, huh? We're killing dwarves for prospector picks, and there comes the music. How dare you heal? Who told you could heal? It's like when the fuckers in Dark Souls drink flasks. Like, who gave you Estus? I have a friend who shares an account with his brother and father. They've been playing religiously since launch. He's been trying to get me back into it, but I just don't have the time these days. No, that's understandable, man. This is definitely a time sink. Even in classic form. Even in classic, it's a time sink for sure. Proximity voice. Guild map and proximity voice. Okay, I'll play. I'll check out the add-ons. Does it not come up when I... Oh, I have to... What is this? Oh, is that for OnlyFans specifically? Oh, this is specifically for people in OnlyFans. Okay, all right, y'all are special. You could true an add-on version of an existing add-on because you're a big content creator that was worth getting in OnlyFans. I couldn't even deal with that shit. There's drama, so much drama surrounding that whole thing. Just like y'all are. It's fun to watch sometimes, but I could not be involved in it. I don't even want to guess how much their account is worth. Yeah, I wonder, Alright, so then what do these add-ons do? Exactly. Well, I don't feel like tweaking shit right now, so they better make it seamless. They are too close. You're not going to be able to take them out without aggroing both of them. However, this person is far enough away to be picked off. And wants to run up on me like a damn fool. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, Asmund definitely had a pretty good take on it, and people like to give him like discount his opinion because they just like disagree with the way he thinks about various things. But I don't know. To me, it always seems it's a hallmark of people that have never watched his content to hear them talk shit about him, because it's like half the stuff that people say he isn't. But I will say that, you know, there were definitely some things Pirate could have done different. Like my take on it, he had the mana gem. He hovered over the mana gem. He could have popped that mana gem for mana. He could have had the rank 1 Frost Nova action bard for specific purposes like that. Like instances where you need to do a CC, but you didn't have a lot of mana. So you have your rank 1 CC, so you at least have something. You know, I don't know. I mean, and he had the Robes of the Magi or whatever, Robes of the Archmage, which would have given him, like, I think somebody said 10k mana is what that gives him. So, I mean, he had options, but at the end of the day, I mean, I get what he did. Why he did it, man. If he was on a 60, dude. He was on a 60 in hardcore. That is life and death. That is hundreds of hours of his life in that character. So I totally understand. And would I do the same thing? Probably, because I would not be a mage in a level in a dungeon like that. I would not be this. I would not be the CC guy. I would be the tank or the healer. But yeah, no. I mean, I get it. But yeah, the reaction was definitely way beyond what it should have been. People were taking that shit way too seriously. That's for damn sure. Every day I'm on here, you see like messages about it all the time. making me work for this one. Yeah. Death threats and doxing was definitely, like, ridiculously overblown and just out of proportion for any reasonable person to have as a reaction. For sure. Don't want to get too comfy up inside the camp. You're just gonna heal no matter what, huh? Alright, I thought maybe if I, like... you know, varied my attacks and didn't attack quite so hard at first, maybe you wouldn't heal, but apparently it's just in your fucking character's nature to heal. No matter what. Oh wait, did I already get them all? Smash picks at the forge. I have to go find a forge and smash picks at them. Never mind. I already have all the tools I need. Okay, now I can get the fuck out of here. Nah, dude, it's fun, and that's half of what classic is. It harkens back to the, like, the heyday when that's all it was. It was just like, you know, starting a new character and just finding your way in the world and not being like, you're not like the hero of Azeroth or the hero of the Horde, the savior of the world, like, and the whole world, like waits on your every, like, action. Oh my goodness, chill out, kiddies. I swear to God, they just, like, slam into the table. It's like they can't see where it is or something. Yeah, no, for sure. Intense shit over WoW, for sure. But definitely, if you were like, you PDF or something, yeah, that's to be expected. Wait, where am I going? I gotta kill harpies. But yeah, that's what I was saying before I got thrown off when my cat headbutting the table. Um, yeah, classic is just very, very, very chill. It can be ridiculous if you like get into that type of community, I guess. But that was the point of classic, was that you kind of could like play the game as like crazy or as like casually as you wanted. And it still had the potential to be an enjoyable experience, even if you didn't do like end game stuff. Don't say anything. Don't tell anybody I was not physically attacking that whole time. I don't know what I'm doing, actually. I've never played this game before in my life. First time playing, guys. That's why I keep walking around without my fucking buffs on. And why I reapply them at less than 50% or more than 50% remaining. Because I'm a scrub. Yeah. How much cloth do I have? 8. Alright, we can grab some bandages real quick. Ooh, I got some boots I can equip. Ooh, and I should pull this up and put this over here too. Putting my boots on. Cleaning my inventory up. Making some light armor kits. Gonna buff my armor now. Chest, legs, hands, or feet.
I can't use that item yet.
Might as well. It only cost me 2 leather. 1 leather. 1 leather.
I'm out of range.
Ooh, there's Mazaranch. I should not try to fight him. Mazranache. Level 9 elite. I'm level 9. That's not going to go down well. Not by myself. Alright, it's back. My sound likes to spaz out sometimes, and then it like disables the mic. Then I have to set the damn thing again in OBS. Annoying. Gotta have your head on a swivel on these Mulgore plains, man. Shit can get real fast. Especially if they do that. Like, come over here and fight me. I'm gonna run away and make you come a little further. Out. And then I'm gonna do this.
I'm still recharging.
No, that's good. That's good. Stay right there.
I need more mana.
Now, Rye, also, not saying, not trying to influence your decision. If you ever did play, you would definitely have somebody to play with in me. For sure. Yeah, I respect these. I respect these ones. They can get up in your face. Vertoxulus. I should learn cooking at some point soon, because I'm picking up all this meat and not doing anything with it. I'm just selling it. I should do something with it. Should also look into what other things do I need. So, yeah. Okay. So we just need coarse thread to make the hand stitched leather set. A bunch of leather and some coarse thread. Die, bitch. I don't want to go too far up in there, because then they're all going to respawn right on top of me. Let me see if I can just get this one and pull her out. See, they're already starting to respawn. There's one right there. Probably far enough away. Alright, well, if there's 2 or 3 of us, maybe there'll be less chance that one of us is going to get aggroed by 3 or 4. Hi, Butter Biscuits. What is up? How are you? I am well. Good to see you. Good to be seen by you. We're just a humble Tauren Druid making our way through Mulgore right now. We're level 9. Almost halfway to 10. Doing pretty good. Hope you're well. Off work, 5-day weekend. Awesome. Sounds like fun, dude. I've been out of work the last 3 days, but that's because your boy has COVID. So less of a celebration and more of a I was dead to the world the past 2 days and felt up to do shit today, so I figured why not come back and do a little stream on the last day that I was taking off from work. Still didn't feel up to doing anything really, so I didn't start streaming until like 3 o'clock this afternoon. Something like that. It was like, maybe it was 4. But yeah, am I a WoW pro? Hardly. I've been playing it a long time. I'm knowledgeable about the game and its mechanics. Have I made a hardcore tune to 60? No. I haven't been able to do that. I wouldn't say I'm a pro at all. Say I'm an average player, to be honest. So, but you know, that doesn't really work with the whole vibe of the channel, so I'm not the average player in the world. Yeah, I get that. It can be. Classic was a little less of the what you call overwhelmingness. Retail WoW, definitely overwhelming for sure. We just watched before I picked this back up, it's actually a 2-hour-long video. I didn't even realize it, but Golem Salvard was hanging out, and he suggested this video by Josh Strife about the ultimate tier list of MMOs. This guy ranked 250 MMOs objectively using data, and explained how he did it. I'm not autistic enough to understand his flavor of autism, but he did a whole bunch of stuff and came up with a logically objective list, 250 people, or 250 MMOs in their ranking, and yeah, it was a cool video. Enjoyed it. WoW Classic was number 15, and I was like, really? You're gonna try to tell me that there's... And they were counting WoW Classic and WoW Retail as 2 separate games. Top 3 were, I want to say number 3 was Old School RuneScape, and then number 2 and number 1 were tied between World of Warcraft Retail and, what is it, Final Fantasy XIV, which I knew that was what it was going to come down to. But I expected WoW Classic to be, like, much higher, at least in the top 10. They had, like, so many others above WoW Classic that were just basically, like, the same game as WoW Classic, but in a different world. So, like, yeah, and I mean, his data didn't lie. He had, like, ways of, like, validating, like, okay, so it was based on objective amounts of time mentioned in videos over the years, going back 20 years, and also in news articles going back 20 years of every single video or article to do with the top X MMOs of whatever year it was. And then he cross-referenced all those. He had this weird, crazy spreadsheet formula that he used to destroy the waters of the seers as you won't need it. Okay. Okay, we're not gonna walk into like 3 wolves like walking towards us. That was dumb. I'm gonna pick one of them off. Yeah, diabolical. But the thing is, it's like he was a pro Final Fantasy XIV player, the guy that was making the video. And you could tell he was like, look, I've been very vocal. If you know my channel, you know that I am favorable to one of these games. So this was not my idea. This was just the data. And it was based on this objective formula that he had developed. That somehow it based itself on the amount of times various games were mentioned in these articles, and cross-referenced them, and then gave them points based on the amount of times mentioned. And in the instances of where there were ties, he would give weight to the videos that mentioned them that had higher view counts. If I can understand or remember exactly his very, very basic explanation of his methodology, but it sounded right. It was Zweihander spotted. I'll never look at a Zweihander in a game the same way after playing Dark Souls 1. Oh shit, I'm at Thunder Bluff. Is that where I mean to go right now? Is Thunder Bluff? Oh no, I'm supposed to go way, 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 way across from Mulgore right now. Apparently.
I'm out of range. I need to get closer.
I'd go between WoW Classic and WoW Retail, but it's WoW is my favorite, I'll put it that way. I've played some of the others. I always come back to WoW. I think if I had to rank the other ones, like behind WoW, my top 3 would be, WoW of course. And then probably Lord of the Rings Online, and then Star Wars: The Old Republic. It's probably the other 2 that I've had the most fun in and spent the most time in. But I mean, that's the thing with MMOs is, like, it's hard to play more than one MMO and really enjoy them. Like, I haven't played Final Fantasy or Star Wars: The Old Republic or Lord of the Rings Online to the extent that I've played WoW, for sure. When is my 250 ranking dropping? I don't know if I have that in me, bro. Besides, it's like, why would I even need to do it after it's already been done? And I'll put the video. I'll put the link to the video in the chat. I think I have it set that I can do that. Yeah, I can link videos. That's the video we watched earlier. If you want to watch it, check it out. It was a lot of fun. That guy's very fun to watch. He's very if you're familiar with Matt Berry, he reminds me of Matt Berry a lot.
I'm out of range.
So I don't get it, man, because this is nothing but flesh covered by skin. This right here is nothing but flesh covered by skin. So why can't I skin this, but I can skin this? That's a bird over there, too. I can skin that bird, but I can't skin this bird. I never understood that. I never understood that as a Tauren. Tauren was my first class, too. The people need my list. Well, I may have to give that a lot of thought because I'm terrible at ranking things. To rank 250? Wow. We'll see.
It's too far away.
We just grinding across the plains of Mulgore. Head on a swivel on the plains of Mulgore. At any given moment, things could respawn and then you could be dead because it's hardcore. Ooh, somebody joined the guild. Wecklam. Yeah. I like a lot of stuff, and it's hard for me to decide which I like better. Other people that comes to pretty naturally, I feel like, and I'm very indecisive about that type of stuff. Give it a lot of thought, and then even in the end of it, when I've come up with an idea of what I think it is, I still don't think that I've come to the real conclusion. I think I've just come up with something that I think other people would enjoy or resonate with. See, that's a bird. It dropped a feather. It has wings. It doesn't fly, but I can skin it. No, wait. Nope, you're going too close to your little cat buddy. Let's just come over here and see if we can pick off the cat buddy.
I need to get closer.
You see that? That guy right there? They just appear out of nowhere. I didn't even see that guy like patting towards me earlier. Fuck over here, dude. Oh, my pack is full. What am I losing?
Inventory is full.
One discolored fang. I'll survive. Alright.
I can't carry anymore.
Don't worry.
Inventory is full.
Oh, I have to.
I can't carry anymore. Inventory is full.
I want that instead of that anyway. So what else do I have that's 6? Okay, we'll get rid of that. Get rid of that. No, I'm not getting rid of it. Get rid of that for sure. Let's turn some of these leather scraps into light leather. Free up an inventory spot. I don't have any mana. That's bad resource usage right there. That's for damn sure. See, right now I'm getting a notification in my OBS. It says ad starting in 3 minutes. Alright, so I don't like all these bad guys around. Let's take this guy out. This is a pretty good path, I think. Get around those two that way. I'm gonna cut through this spot. Pick this guy off. Getting a little too close. Head on a swivel, dude. These low levels. It's very, very, very dangerous in a lot of places. Especially if you're a caster class, you get caught with no mana. You're like screwed at that point. Like, what are you patting straight at me for? Fuck you for the stress, kitty. Should have picked a different direction to walk. Too many guys. And sometimes they start running randomly too. That's like fucking scary. Like, I'm, like, really close to not being in a good space here.
I need more mana.
I'm like George Clooney in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Dang, we're in a tight spot. I think I just found the end. Nope. Nope. More reds just come in. There's supposed to be somebody over here I'm accepting a quest from. Oh, he's hidden perfectly behind the tree. That's wild. Alright, we gotta go kill some pigs. Alright, that's fine. Oh, they're level 10.
It's too far away.
Congrats on whoever just hit 60. Cake meat. Alright, 3 more. Let's go take this one out.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh wait, loose chain vest is definitely going to be more.
Inventory
58,
full.
what do I got? That.
I need to get closer.
Alright. Now we're done here. Go turn that quest in. We're gonna hit 10 too. Oh yeah, alright, so what are we gonna do? Oh, back in the day they didn't have Guardian. That's good to know. So it was Resto, Feral, Combat, or Balance. Guardian wasn't a choice. I was planning on going Guardian. Now I can't. What am I gonna do? I guess we're gonna go Balance.
I've been expecting you. Walk with the Earth Mother. Well met. Go in peace.
I might get about halfway to 11 after, no, probably not that many. Decent chunk of XP just from those quests, so. Train clad spells, okay. what else do we get? How much gold do I have? 11 silver. That should be enough to get some. Rank 2 Moonfire, rank 2 Mark of the Wild, rank 2 Rejuve. Those are huge. Is that it? That is it. It should. When am I going to learn that it always just defaults to the most? Oh, I do have cooking. I literally already learned the profession. I'm sitting here wondering, like, where can I go to? I love it. You can cook over any fire. Any fire is a cooking fire. All right, let's see what else. All right, so I think it's time to call it, guys. Been going for a while. I do have to try to work tomorrow, so I'm gonna get to bed soon. Thanks for hanging out. We are gonna raid Kieran, so if y'all would like to stick around, she's doing a pretty fun. She's doing her last day of her parry only run, and it looks like she's about to fight Radigan and the Elden Beast. So we're gonna go ahead and raid on over there now. She's on the Radigan fight, parry only. It's gonna be fun. Thanks for hanging out. Until we meet again, peace.